Hey everyone, and welcome back to PrepFusion. So today, as you can see from the thumbnail itself, we will be covering General Aptitude GATE 2025 PYQ solutions. So already, if you go in the playlist, right, all the PYQs, right, of Aptitude 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, those 4 years, sorry, 5 years had already been solved. So 2025 was the latest year. We did not get the time to solve the PYQs, but now we have enough time. So I thought of making this video so that we can cover all the PYQs of 2025, all the branches. So I think there were a total of 8 shifts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 shifts, and these were the branches, right? Total there were 8 aptitude papers. So in this single video, around 5 hours video, all of the shifts will be covered. Okay, all of them will be covered, and we will try to use as little formula as possible. You will see, like, I have rarely used any formula. We have only used concepts. So even if you have not studied anything for aptitude, if you just watch this video also will be a good practice for you. Okay, you will be able to solve 60 to 70% of the questions in the actual exam if you just watch this video. So make sure to watch this video fully. And again, just a small request from my end, if possible, please do comment down below if you enjoyed the video. You will see the approaches, right? I will show you one question. So there was this question. I can show you this question. So where is it? This question. Don't see the solution, okay? Directly try to solve this. This is the one of the beautiful questions. And if you search on the internet, right, if you search chat gpt on the internet, if you even see the solutions of big coaching institutes, they will never solve this question, right? This question was, I think this question was, yeah, this shift Sunday 16 February. You can directly skip to that portion. Okay, so this, like, we have solved multiple questions like this with very good tricks. You can search that question in internet anywhere, you'll not find the proper solution, but I have given you the proper solution with proper reasoning, without any formulas, no formula. If you just search that question, you will get some Euler's formula, but no, we have not used any formulas. So if you are enjoying this kind of content, hit the like button, comment down below, and yeah, hype the video, share the video. That's a small request from my end. So let's begin with the first shift. Downsize the workforce was considered myopic because it sacrificed long-term stability to accommodate short-term gains. CEO's decision to downsize the workforce. Downsize meaning, let's say if I had initially 1,000 people in my company, I reduce it. Downsize meaning downsize, right? Reduce the size, bring the size down. So that means now I have, let's say, 800 people. Was considered myopic because it sacrificed long-term stability to accommodate short-term gains. What does it mean? It means basically it sacrificed long-term stability. If I had, let's say, 1,000 employees, I had to pay, let's say, each employee 10 rupees. So my overall cost would be 10k rupees. That is my overall cost. Correct? Now, if I am reducing my workforce, that means my overall cost now is 8k rupees. Correct? So I am observing a gain of 2k. Basically, I don't have to pay 10k, I just need to pay 8k right now. So there is a gain of 2k. So I'm paying less. So that can be used as a company, like that can be used as a company profit. But remember, if you are reducing the workforce, the amount of work that is being done, that is also being reduced, right? So in the longer run, it might not be a good idea. In short run, maybe in 1-2 months, right? If you reduce 200 people, you will not see the effect. But in the longer run, you might feel the effect, because overall amount of work done will be reduced. Correct? So myopic seems like a negative. It is used as a negative. It is not used in the positive sense. Myopic is used as a negative because CEO's decision, like, we are sacrificing our long-term stability. We are sacrificing our stability for short-term gain. So that is not a good thing. So it is a negative word. So we have to select the most appropriate option that can replace myopic without changing the meaning of the sentence. That means we have to use a negative word. Is visionary a negative word? No, visionary is not a negative word. Visionary means, like, he saw something that other people could not see in a good way. So it is a positive word. So no, I will go to the option B later. Let me choose the other option. Option C, progressive. Progressive means forward thinking in a good manner. Again, it's a positive word, not possible. Innovative, again, it's a positive word. Innovation, positive word. Short sighted is like he was not able to see what was coming. That is what short sighted means, right? That means option B will be correct because it is a negative word. So that's how, of course, even though I don't exactly remember the meaning of myopic, but I do understand what do they mean. They mean it is a negative word. So replace a negative word with a negative word. You cannot replace a negative word with a positive word. Let's solve the next question. Let me delete this. The average marks obtained by a class in an examination were 30.8. So my average marks, M average, is 30.8. However, while checking the marks entered, the teacher found that the marks of one student were entered incorrectly as 24 instead of 42. So one of the student, right? Let's say student S X had the mark entered incorrectly 24. 24 is entered, but the corrected mark XS dash is 42. After correcting the marks, the average becomes 31. Let me write this C. M average becomes 31.4. How many students does the class have? So it's basic arithmetic question. So we know what does average means. Average basically means summation of all the numbers upon the overall number of students, that is frequency. Summation of all the numbers upon overall number of students, that is capital N. That is what average means. So they have given me this M average, right? When marks were not corrected. So when marks are not corrected, M average is 30.8. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, this is correct only. 30.8, that is equals to summation of M, that I don't know, upon total number of students, that also I don't know. So summation of M I would be equals to 30.8 into N, capital N, right? So this is without correction, correct? Now with correction, similarly, summation of Mi with correction would come out to be 31, because that time the average was 31.4 into a capital N. That's it. That's all, right? Now the thing that you have to understand here is that if I just take a very basic example, let's say I have 3 students and each of them has marks 10, 20, 30, and this had a mistake in marks. It was supposed to be 30 only, correct? Right? So what is the sum now? Sum now is 30 plus 30, that is 60. What is the corrected sum? It would be 10 plus 30, 40 plus 30, that is 70. So whatever is the difference here, right, that only I have to add. That will be the difference between the final sum, correct? Because of course I have done a mistake here. That means the mistake will be reflected in the sum. So the difference of the sum will be equal to the difference between the corrected number and the non-corrected number. So that is what I will do. So 31.4 N minus 30.8 N would be equals to your difference between the corrected and the non-corrected number. This is the corrected one, this is the non-corrected one. Of course, it makes sense, average will increase because the actual number should be higher, right? So it will be 42 minus 24. So this will be equals to N will be equals to 42 minus 24, that is 6 plus 2, that is 8. 8, right? 8, 18. 18 upon this will be 2.6, right? 0.6. So this will be 3 into 10, that is 30. Total number of students would be 30, right? So 30 would be an answer. Of course, I would have only written this line, right? I would have solved it. In my exam, I will only write this line. That's it. But of course, I have to explain each things steadily. That's why I went very slow here, right? But if you are good in aptitude, you will just write this line and you will directly calculate your answer. That's it. Okay. So that's how you will basically solve your question. Let's move on to the next question. Consider the relationship among PQRS. Okay, this is a question of syllogism. Oh no, this is not question of syllogism. This is question of blood relation. Okay, I have also forgotten exactly the method. There is a video, right? Without even remembering all that thing, I can directly try to directly solve. So few things you have to keep in mind. Plus is for male, okay, and minus is for female. That only you remember, right? Okay. P is the brother of Q. So P is the brother of Q. So they are related. They are related. So I will write P and Q. So P is brother. So P will be male. That's why I will write P plus. Okay, they are related. That's why I have written it like this. And so a single arrow will represent for me, like you can make your own notation. Single arrow will represent brothers and sisters, whatever, like they are sisters or brothers, right? A double arrow would mean they are married. Okay, husband wife. Yeah, I guess that's it. And this, right, this arrow means like there is a generational gap. Like this will be like if I have a person here, then this will be a father or mother, something like that, right? So P is brother of Q. That means P is a boy. So that's why P plus. S is daughter of Q, right? So S is daughter of Q. That means S will be a female, and daughter of Q meaning I will write it in the downward arrow. T is sister of S. T is sister of S. That means T is also a female sister, right? R is mother of Q. R is mother of Q. Okay, R is mother of Q. So R will be again a female, right? Now R is grandmother of like which of the following statements based on the given conditions are true? R is grandmother of S. Yes, because let's say if S is the daughter of Q and R is mother of Q. My mother's, right? She will be my grandmother. So R is grandmother of S. Absolutely correct statement. P is uncle of S and T. Again, correct statement. Like both Q and S and like T is sister of S, right? And S is daughter of Q. So both of them are sisters. So of course, Q has two daughters, at least S and T. And Q and P are brothers and sisters. So of course, P will be uncle of both S and T, right? Because Q is mother of them and P is Q's brother. So P is uncle of both S and T. Again, this option is again correct. Let's read the next option. R has only one son. R has only one son. So I observe, okay, P and Q are brothers, right? Sorry, yeah, P and Q are brothers. Sorry, P is brother, right? And okay, P is brother of Q, right? P is brother of Q. That means R will be both mother of P and Q because R is mother of Q and P is brother of Q. So of course, they both of them are brothers and sisters. Of course, we can have only like a single mother for if we are brothers and sisters. So R will be mother of both P and Q. That is, this statement is correct. Now they're telling me R has only one son. R has only one son. So I know the gender of P, that is boy. So that means P is a son. That is correct. What about Q? Do I know the gender of Q? If you rewind the video, you will see nowhere, right, when we're able to identify the gender of Q. Nowhere. So everywhere it is related with respect to Q. So gender of Q is unknown to me. So Q can be actually both boy or a girl, male or female. So then also all these statements will be valid. So if Q is a male, then I can say R has two sons. If Q is a female, then R has only a single son. So I cannot certainly say conclusively that whether statement 3 will be correct or not. So that's why statement 3 is incorrect. So I cannot comment on this statement. Q has only one daughter. That is again incorrect. Q has two daughters. If you see the gender, right, Q has two daughters. So statement 4 is also incorrect. That means statement 1 and 2 are correct. That means option A is correct answer for this particular question. Let's now move on to the next question. Right. So if I see this question again, like Now these are the kind of questions that I expect you guys to solve. I don't expect you to solve English, neither does GATE, but they have to give because that is in the syllabus, right? They have to follow the curriculum. So according to the map shown, which of the following figure statements is correct? Basically, which of the following statements is correct? So library is located to the northwest of canteen. Northwest, east are given. Library is located northwest of canteen. Northwest meaning here. So library is here. If I go northwest, right? Northwest meaning here, right? So library is not located in the northwest of canteen. Library is located in the west of canteen, right? So this statement is incorrect. The hospital is located to the east of chemistry lab. So chemistry lab is here. East of chemistry lab is on the right hand side. But I don't see anything, right? Hospital is on the north of chemistry lab. So this statement is incorrect. The chemistry lab is to the southeast of physics lab. So physics lab is here. Southeast meaning somewhere in the middle, correct? So if I go in the southeast direction, yes, I am directly pointed to the chemistry lab. So chemistry lab is to the southeast of physics lab. This statement is correct, right? And of course in aptitude we know we don't get MSQ, so it's very simple. Only one option will be correct. So of course this statement is incorrect. Let's read it. Classroom and canteen are next to each other. Canteen is here, classroom is here, right? They are not next to each other, right? Canteen and hospital are next to each other. Hostels and classrooms are next to each other, right? So again this statement is incorrect. So option C will be your correct answer for this question. Let's solve this question. I put, again it's like a comprehension type question. Let's go through it. I put brown paper in my pocket. Okay, so in my pocket I have a brown paper. That's good. Brown paper. Along with chalks. So there are chalks as well. Brown paper is there. There are chalks as well, and possibly other things. There are other things. I suppose everyone must have reflected how primeval and how poetical are the things that one carries in one's pocket. So it's okay if you don't understand all the English. That's totally fine. Okay, still you will be able to solve the question. The pocket knife. Okay, people carry pocket knife. These are important things in their pocket. For instance, the type of all human tools, the infant of the SWAT. Basically, infant of the SWAT means like a sword is there, right? Sword is like a big thing, right? So for infants, it is like a sword, okay, pocket knife. Once I planned to write a book of poems entirely about the things in my pocket, but I found it to be too long, and the age of great epics is past. Based only on the information provided, this is like a I guess a story or poem, I don't know. Information provided in the above passage, which of the following statements is correct? The author of the passage carries a mirror in his pocket to reflect upon things. No, no, they have never mentioned about mirror, right? No, so that is incorrect. The author of the passage had decided to write a poem on epics. No, it has not, right? But I found it to be too long, and the age of great epics is a past. So it is a past. So the author had decided to write a no. It is a story of past. So that's why he is not writing the story. That is what he is telling, that the author is not writing this poem because great epics are a thing of past. So it has gone. And the reason he is not writing because great epics are a thing of past. It's not like because it is an epic, that's why he is thinking of writing the poem. No, they are a thing of past. That's why he is not writing the poem. So this statement is again incorrect. The pocket knife is described as the infant of the SWAT. That is what is written over here. That one carries in one's pocket. The pocket knife, for instance, the type of all human tools, is the infant of the SWAT. Exactly. Correct. So you're done, right? Even though you don't understand all the English, still you will be able to solve it. Epics are described as too inconvenient to write. It's not like that. The author has not commented about how the epics are, but most thing is author has told that great epics are a thing of past. Okay, they are a thing of past. In presently, they don't write epics. Okay, they have not told that whether epics are very inconvenient to write, anything like that. No, they have just told me great epics are a thing of thing of past. That's all. Okay, so that's how you can solve. Like I have seen 3 English questions, so I'm expecting on an average at least 2 to 3 English questions they will give. Okay, this is a very basic question. Like in the diagram, QR and ST are parallel to each other. The shortest distance between these two lines is half of the, okay, the shortest distance between these two lines would be the basically this line, right? The perpendicular from taken from the both of the lines. Okay, so this distance basically, this uh, is half the shortest distance between P and the line QR. So what I can do, I can connect, I can draw a straight line like this, right? Let me write this as X and Y. So basically that they are telling me that this is the shortest distance between the two lines, they are parallel. So that is XY is equals to half the shortest distance between point P and the line, that is PY divided by 2. So XY is equals to PY divided by 2. That information is given to me. Great. What is the ratio of the area of the triangle PST? So triangle PST to the area of the trapezium SQRT. Right? This is the trapezium, right? So they're asking me the area of this PST triangle and SQRT. Now we can use the property of similarity triangle. So if I use the property of similarity triangle, I know that, let me consider two triangles, PST and PQR. So what is given to me? Okay, nothing else is given to me, right? Okay, I guess this much will be enough. So what is the area of a triangle PST? It will be half into base is ST, into the height or the altitude. Altitude is this, that is P into X. And what is the area of a trapezium? It is height upon 2 into summation of the parallel, this sides, right, which are non-parallel to each other. So what is the height? Height is xy, right, perpendicular distance. So half into xy into the sum of the parallel sides, right? What are my parallel sides? ST and QR. ST plus QR. That is the formula of area of a trapezium. Now, as I have told you already, we will be using bit of property of similar triangles. So if I consider these two triangles, right? So the ratio of this side and this side, ST upon, because these triangles are similar. How are they similar? This angle and this angle is same. This angle and this angle is same. And of course, if two angles are same, right? Because it is just parallel to this base, right? So these angles will be same basically. So this third angle also has to be same. So basically third angle is common, so third angle will be same. So by angle criteria, the two triangles are similar. If the two triangles are similar, I can apply the property of similar triangles. So if I find out the ratio of ST upon QR, that will be equals to, let's say, the ratio of the heights of the two triangles. So what is the height of the initial triangle? It is PX. What is the height of the bigger triangle? Altitude? It is PY. But here I observe that XY and PY is given. PX and PY, the relation is not given. But it's very simple to calculate. So what is PY? That is the height of the bigger triangle. It will be PX plus XY. It will be equals to PX plus XY. So XY is equals to PY divided by 2, right? XY is equals to PY divided by 2, that is given here. So PX would be also PY divided by 2, that's it. And XY is equals to PY divided by 2, so PY also will be PX also will be PY divided by 2. So basically ST upon QR would be equals to 1 by 2. Okay, so that is what I will do here. I will take ST common here, or not ST, sorry, QR common. So it will be basically half will be cancelled. It will be ST into, or let me take st common, right? That will be better. Let me take st common into xy. I take st common, 1 plus half of is cancelled, qr by st. What is qr by st? It is 2. Qr by st is simply 2, just the reciprocal of this. So it is 2, right? And I know st will be cancelled, they are same thing only. Px xy. So what is px upon xy, right? So px equals to py by 2, which is nothing but same as xy, right? Px equal to py by 2 and xy is also equals to py by 2. So xy and px are same. So xy and px, xy is equals to px. So px by xy will be 1, right? Xy equals to px. So px by xy will be equals to 1. That means my answer would be 1. This will be px by xy will be 1. This will also 1 and 3. So 1 upon 3. Overall your ratio, desired ratio is 1 upon 3. That is your answer. That's it, right? So this was a good question actually. Included geometry and bit of aptitude. This was a good question. Let's solve the next question. It includes probability. So a fair 6-faced dice labeled this is rolled thrice. What is the probability of rolling 6 exactly once? So we will get 6 exactly once, right? So how can I get 6? I can get 6 first time, then it does not matter what do I get next time except 6, right? So because I should get 6 exactly once, so I can get any number from 1 to 5 in the second throw and in the third throw. Similarly, 6 can be in the middle or 6 can be in the last, right? So what is the probability of this? The probability of this would be getting a 6 in the first throw is 1 by 6. Getting any number from 1 to 5 in the second throw is simply 5 by 6, right? And getting any number again in the third throw between 1 to 5 is again 5 by 6. But this is just for one of the arrangement. How many ways can I arrange it, right? In 3 ways. 1 way, 2 way, 3 way. 6 can be either here, 6 can be either here or here, right? So in 3 ways I can arrange it. So I have to multiply this by 3. So my answer would be equals to 25 by, sorry, not 25, 75 by 216. Just be very careful because they have given you both the options. This answer would have been the correct answer if they would have asked you that I'm getting 6 exactly once at the starting. Then yes, but I can get 6 at starting, I can get 6 at the middle, I can get it at the end. So there are 3 possible ways in which I can arrange. So option A is correct for this particular question. Let's solve the next question. So in the next question, a square paper shown in the figure is folded along the dotted lines as shown in the figure 2 and 3. 2 and 3, like we're folding, right? First I have a square paper. Unfortunately I don't have any square paper here. Do I have any square paper? Let me, I must have something, right? Yeah, I have some copy. We have a copy. Okay, this also will work. This also will work. So I have here a square paper, right? So first they are folding it about the diagonal. Okay, they're folding it about the diagonal, so it becomes like a triangular shape. Then what they're folding again about this one end and the other side middle, right? So again they are folding it along the straight line connecting the diagonal. So it is like connecting the altitude. So we are folding it like this. Okay, so ultimately we get a triangular like shape. So now what they're telling me that this which of the following patterns will be obtained when the paper is unfolded. Okay, so if I unfold, like if I have a pattern like this, right, and if I unfold it, then which of the patterns will be obtained? So first what we are doing, we're folding it about this line, right? We folded it about this line. So if I fold it about this line, right, what will happen if I unfold it? Correct, if I unfold it about this line, then this is my triangle, correct? This is my triangle and this is my shape. So if I unfold it about this line, right, we're unfolding because this is my line connection. That's how it became, right? So if I unfold it, right, then it will be mirror image, right? This will be like a mirror image, right? So here again, my shape would be something like this, right? This will be still here. This would be still here, and it will be just the mirror image above. So this is my axis of symmetry, right? So whatever will come on this side, it will just be the mirror image of the left hand side. That's all. That's how this pattern questions work. Okay. So if I unfold it, here I will get this line. Okay. First, let me draw the triangle. Okay. Although my exact drawing would not be up to scale, but still you can understand it, correct? Let me draw it. So this will be mirror image. Here I will have this, and this also will be there. Okay, that's all. Right now, next, what I'll do again, what is my axis of symmetry? This diagonal, right? This is my axis of symmetry, correct? So again, whatever will come here, whatever will come on this side, that will be just the mirror image of this. Right? So just copy paste, copy and paste. So this was there just at the edge of the axis of symmetry, so I had drawn the same element. This is the mirror element, right? Again, similarly, this was here just on the other side, so that's why, although it is not perfectly correct, actually this would be the proper one, the mirror image. Similarly here as well, right? Just the copy and paste. So this is my axis of symmetry. Similarly, if I draw here, again this square will be completed, right? About this, it says copy and paste. This square also will be completed about here, and here on the top I have a triangle, so bottom also I will have a triangle, correct? That will point downwards. Again on the other side I have a triangle, so this side also I will have a triangle, right? I have a square here along the axis of symmetry, so there will be two squares here as well, right? One square here, one square here. That's it, because I had how many shapes? 1 2 3 4 5 6. Here also I will have 6 shapes. 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? So let me complete the drawing. So of course it is not proper, not perfect, but you have to believe on me. Okay, not proper and not perfect, but you have to believe on me. So yeah, let me reduce this actually, because this is my axis of symmetry, correct? Yeah, like my drawing is not proper, but I hope you get the point, right? So what do I see? Which one is matching here? So I see I have a square here, triangle. So all the edges, triangles are pointing towards the side. So I see triangles pointing towards the side. I see this triangle is not pointing towards the side, right? It is pointing inwards of the square. So this option is gone. Hold on a second. This option is gone. Here I see triangles pointing towards the side. So this is a viable option. This is also again viable. This is also again viable, right? So here I see the two squares are here, two squares are here, here also two squares, two squares, two squares, two squares. Again, I cannot eliminate, right? But here I see the squares, right, that are along this axis. We cut them in half. Okay, so basically this axis is basically the diagonal of the squares. Here I see, yes, this axis is also diagonal of the square, but again this option is automatically gone. Here I don't see any squares here, right? So this is wrong. I should see squares, two squares. I am observing two squares here, but if I draw this axis, they are not actually the diagonal of the square. Okay, here if you draw a axis, this will be your diagonal of the square, correct? So option A will be correct, option B is incorrect. So this will be your correct answer for the question, right? Good diagram based question. Let's move on to the next question. So a shop has four distinct flavor of ice creams. One can purchase any number of scoops of any flavor. Wow, that is a very good shop, right? Okay, great. The order in which scoops are purchased is inconsequential. Okay, they are not sequential basically. So they are not sequential. If one wants to purchase three scoops of ice cream, in how many ways can one purchase? Okay, that is interesting question. So basically, this means they are not sequential. So sequence does not matter. That means order does not matter. Like you are arranging objects here, and you must know, does order matter or order does not matter? Okay. So order does not matter. So it does not matter. Like they are asking me how many ways can I make the purchase. So it does not matter whether I first ask for strawberry, then vanilla, then let's say ask for strawberry, then for vanilla, then for uh, chocolate, choco. Or I ask for first choco, I order for first choco, then vanilla, then strawberry. It does not matter. Both these orders are same. Order does not matter here. Okay, sorry, both these purchases are the same purchase, single purchase only, because we are purchasing one scoop of strawberry, one scoop of vanilla, one scoop of chocolate. Now, the thing about this is how many ways can he complete the purchase? So there are, like, this is not that simple. Like you will assume that okay, there are three places to fill. So first I can choose, I have four flavors, right? Four distinct flavors. So I can choose four, then I can have, like I have chosen only the one flavor, so then I have three options, then I have two options. So you will write 4 cross 3 cross 2, simple PNC. So it will be 24, and you will tick mark 24 and you will be wrong. No. First of all, here order does not matter, so you don't have to arrange these things. That is fine. But things can be repeated here, right? So I can order 3 scoops of chocolate. That is also a valid order. So order can be repeated. So you will say then, sir, it can be 4 cross 4 cross 4. That is also wrong, right? Because why? This means, let's say, uh, like this will include a lot of cases which I don't want. Correct? This will include a lot of cases which I don't want. So let us first go by the basic problem, right? So I want to order uh, 3 scoops, 3 scoops, right? What I can do, let's first go one by one. So let's say A, B, C, D are my flavors. A, B, C, D are my flavors. Let's say I order 3 scoops of A, or I can order 3 scoops of B, or I can order 3 scoops of C, or I can order 3 scoops of D. So I have 4 possible options, right? So there are 4 ways in which I can order 3 scoops. This was the first step. Next step is, let's say I'm ordering 2 different flavors, right? Let's say I'm ordering 2 scoops of A and 1 scoop of B, correct? Right? Then I can order, I'll write this in short. Then I can order, this is the first order, right? I can order 2 scoops of B and 1 scoop of A. I can order 2 scoops of C and 1 scoop of A. Right? So it can be again rearranged, right? We can arrange it, correct? So I think there will be 6 total arrangements like this. 2 scoops of A. I can have, okay, let me first choose all the 2 scoops of A only, right? 2 scoops of A. I can have 1 scoop of C. I can now, okay, this is the two arrangements. I can have 2 scoops of B, 1 scoop of A. I can have 2 scoops of B, 1 scoop of C. I can have 2 scoop of C, 1 scoop of A. I can have 2 scoop of C, 1 scoop of B. Okay. Yeah. So total 6 possible ways in which I can order. Am I correct? 2 scoop of A, B, 2 scoop of A. Okay. Okay, you are forgetting there is D, right? There is D flavor as well. So 2 scoop of D. Okay, then yeah, this will increase. This will be increased, right? So here I can have this also, this combination as well. 2 scoop of A and 1 scoop of D. That is also a possible combination. 2 scoop of B, 1 scoop of D, and 2 scoop of C, 2 scoop of B, 2 D. This will be C. And similarly, sorry, hold on a second. I will have 2 scoop of, so 2 scoop of C and 1 scoop of D, and also now I can have 2 scoop of D and 1 scoop of A, and 2 scoop of B and 2 scoop of D and 1 scoop of C, right? So yeah, total how many combinations? 3 into 3 into 3, 12 combinations, correct? 12 combinations. So next, right, I can order each scoop only once, right? So basically I can order A, B, C. I can order A, B, D. I can order A, B is gone. I cannot do A, B, C, A, B, C. I can do A, C, D. That is second possibility. Order does not matter here, correct? Order does not matter. So I can do A, AC, ACB is gone, right? Yeah, AC is gone actually. So we can do B, C, D, and again we can do A, C, D is gone, C, D is gone. Yeah, only four left. Okay, there is an easier way to solve this actually. I will tell you obviously, but first let us do the lengthier way. So 4, how many ways these are? These are total 12 ways. 12 plus 4 again, right? So 4 plus 4 plus 12, that comes out to be 20. So 20 is your answer. That is done. That is fine, right? But why this does not work? 4 cross 4 cross 4. Because here, right, it is taking into the factor the order not mattering as well, right? Sorry, no, not order, sorry, not order not mattering, because 4, right? I have 4 options here. So to fill this place, out of this I have 4C1, 1 options. To fill this place, it is we are doing 4C1, and to fill this place we are doing 4C1, correct? So here, right, the thing is we should not solve it like this, because we are not filling each place. What our priority is to fill up 3 scoops, to get 3 scoops. That is our target. So 3 scoops can be got like this: 3 scoops of A, 3 scoops of B, 3 scoops of C. So how many ways I can fill 3 scoops with only a single flavor? All of them has single flavor, right? 3 is there and all of them has single flavor. So how many options do I have? I have 4 flavors. I have to only choose one flavor. So it will be 4C1. That is 4. So that's why you saw in the first case it was only 4 ways. Next case what we are doing is we can fill up here, right? This can be filled up here 2 and 1. So here I have to fill up a position, here I have to fill up a position, right? 2 scoops of a particular flavor, then 1 scoop of a other flavor. So how many ways can I fill up this place? It will be 4C. One, I have 4 options, correct? Now how many ways I can fill up this place? Because already I have chosen a flavor here. How many ways can I choose another flavor? It will be 3C1 because one flavor has already been chosen. So I have 3 flavors left. That's why it will be 3C1. So total number of ways would be 4C1 into 3C1, that is 12. Exactly, that is what you can see here. Correct. Again, similarly here, what are the positions that I'm filling? 1 scoop of a flavor A, 1 scoop of other flavor, 1 scoop of another flavor. So I have 3 places to fill. So and all of those 3 must be distinct. So here how many ways can I fill up this place? 4C1. How many ways can I hold on a second. No, this is sorry. Yeah, 4C1. This will be 3C1 and this will be 2C1. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind, here this arrangement was fixed, right? 2 will come first, 1 will come second. So it was automatically taken care of. But here, right, if I am multiplying this 4C1 into 3C1 into 2C1, we are not taking into account the arrangement. Let's say I have chosen out of 4C1, I had chosen here A, right? So A is gone. So I can choose here either B, C, D. So let's say I chose B, and here I can choose out of C and D, I can choose C, correct? Now I can take another scenario where here let's say out of 4 flavors A, B, C, D, I had chosen B. B is gone. So A, C, D is left. So here let's say I have chosen A, and here let's say I have chosen C. So these two arrangements are same. So yeah, here I actually was saying the correct thing only. Here we are not actually taking into account the arrangement, right? Few arrangements are same case, right? These are the same case. B, A, C and A, B, C are the same case, correct? So that is the reason why we have to divide this by 3 factorial, because 3 factorial will be the cases due to which they are repeated. Like, because arrangement does not matter, we will divide by 3 factorial because there are 3 places, right? How many ways I can arrange in 3 places? 3 factorial, because these 2 cases are same, there will be similar cases. So that's why we have to divide by 3 factorial. If you want to understand it further, please go and study permutations and combinations. There we have taught about this arrangement and stuff in a very in-depth manner. So of course I cannot explain you in a quotient solving session why do I need to divide by 3 factorial, right? So if I divide this by 3 factorial, it will be simply come out to as 4. Or a simple way, you just choose 3 places, right? Now it is very simple, everything is one is fixed. So I have to choose three stuff which are distinct out of 4 things. So that would be 4C3. That also is another way to understand it, that is 4. So whichever way is easier for you to understand, you can take that method, use that method. So with that, we are done with this shift. Let's move on to the next shift. So bird is for nest. B will be for what? Hive. This one we knew, right? So birds stay at nest and bees stay at hive. So this one we knew. This will be option C, right? Other things are I don't even know what these things are, but I definitely know that bee always stay in hives. So it will be hive. So yeah, that is correct. So let's move on to now. English is gone. It's totally reasoning. So if p into e raised to power x is equals to q into e raised to power minus x for all real values of x, which of the following statements is true? P equals to q equals to 0. Okay, only one option can be correct. So if p is equals to q equals to 0, right, that means 0 is equals to 0. That is actually correct. If I put p equal to 0 and q equal to 0, 0 is equals to 0, that is correct. So option A is definitely correct. P equals to q equals to 1. If I put p equals to q equals to 1, that is basically e raised to power x equals to e raised to power minus x. If I replace here, right, if I multiply by e raised to power x on both sides, it will be e raised to power 2x equals to 1. Now, is this equation true for all values of x? Actually not. This equation is only true for only a single value of x. What is that value? That will be x equal to 0. Only for x equal to 0 this equation is valid. If I put x equal to any other value other than 0, 1, 2, 3, you put any other value, this equation will not be satisfied. But they are telling me that this equation must always satisfy for all real values of x. So this must satisfy for all values of x, which is incorrect. It is only satisfying for a single value of x. So obviously option A is correct. Anyway, we know, right? Other options are wrong. You can prove it, right? You can again see from this option as well. Here p is 1 and q is minus 1. So this will be minus e raised to power minus x. Correct? Okay. So if I take it on that side, if I again multiply by e raised to power x, right? This will be e raised to power 2x equals to minus 1. Correct? Yeah, e raised to power 2x equals to minus 1. Again, this, right, is never valid. Right? You can never raise anything exponential to the power, right, and you get a negative number. It is not possible. You will always get a positive number. Exponential to the power of anything will always yield you an positive number if this thing is real. It is not complex. So of course it is real. So again this statement is incorrect. P by q is 0. If p by q is 0, right, so if I divide this by q on both sides, this will be p by q is equals to e raised to power minus 2x, and they're telling me p by q is 0. Then means e raised to power minus 2x is equals to 0. Assuming q is not equal to 0, right, then only I can divide by q, otherwise I will not be able to divide by q. What do I observe? I observe e raised to power minus 2x is 0. That is only possible when x is tending to infinity. That is not possible for x equal to 1, x equal to 2 and a lot of values. So again we see that only option A is satisfying. Anyways, we knew once we had reached this point, right, this is incorrect. So we knew that only there can be a single option that is correct. So this is valid because when p and q both are 0, it is always valid. That's all. Like you can just aptitude, use option elimination. That's it. Even if you don't have the whole knowledge of the question, still you can use option elimination and solve the question. The paper as shown in the figure is folded to make a cube. Which of the following options correctly represents the cube? Okay. So if I'm folding it, right, to make a cube, how can I fold it? So this can be folded like this. This can be folded here, and then again this whole thing can be folded this side. This can be folded from the top. This can be folded from the bottom. Correct? So I have a side here which is triangle, and the bottom side of it must have a circle, right? And this side, right, will be just opposite of this. I hope you can visualize it. So unfortunately I don't have anything. I have this actually, but you will not be able to visualize. So if I first make a turn here, right, let me make a turn. So this will be folded on the right hand side. So it will be like this. This will be like this. It will be just here, and I have folded this part, right? That is a triangle, filled triangle. This is an empty triangle. Bottom side I have also folded. Top side also I have folded, right? So this will be a circle, filled circle, and the bottom part will be empty circle. So basically all the filled shapes and empty shapes are different, right? So this is empty, right? So what I will do, I will fold this so that this is closed. Correct? So ultimately this part will be filled on the opposite side of the triangle. So the filled triangle and the empty triangle will be facing opposite of each other. The filled circle and the empty circle will be again opposite of each other, right? And the other shapes, other sides will be empty. Okay. So I see here the filled triangle and the empty triangle are sharing the same site, that is not possible. They must be opposite of each other. They must be opposite. So this is again wrong. This is again wrong. Correct. And here, these are my possible answers. Right. So I see with the empty triangle, right, this is my empty triangle. I see the filled circle must be at the top. Correct. With the empty triangle. With the empty triangle, I see filled circle is at the top. So of course, I can see the top. I cannot see the other side because it is guarded. I cannot see the other side, but I can see the top, right? Top must be filled with the filled circle. So of course, option A will be correct. Okay, simple safe question. Just improve your visualization and you will be able to solve it. Let's solve the next question. Let P1 and P2 denote two arbitrary prime numbers. Which one of the following statements is correct for all values of P1 and P2? Okay, P1 and P2 denote any arbitrary prime number. So let's say P1 plus P2 is not a prime number. So 3 plus, if I choose 3 plus 5, it is not a prime number. But if I choose 2 and 3 as a prime number, right, and if I do 2 plus 3, which is 5, it is a prime number. So this statement that P1 plus P2 will not be a prime number is incorrect. P1 into P2 is not a prime number. Now this statement is actually absolutely correct actually, because that is the definition of a prime number. Right? Prime number means it does not have any factors other than itself and 1. So 2 does not have any factor other than 1 and 2. 3 same, 5 also same, 7, 11, choose any prime number, you will see it does not have any factor other than itself, right? But if I multiply two prime numbers, right, 2 into 3, that is 6. So 2 into 3, right, that is 6. 6 will already have 2 as a factor, will already have 3 as a factor, and of course 6 itself is a factor and 1 also is itself is a factor. So other than itself and 1, it has other factors, other prime numbers that are factors, because I'm multiplying. So P1 into P2 will not be a prime number. This statement is absolutely correct. It will never be. That is the definition of prime number. Okay. So P1 plus P2, like we know already the answer. Answer is option B. Question is done. But I'm still going through the other options to just prove it to you that other options are not correct. P1 plus P2 is a prime number. So P1 plus P2, let's assume 3, 2 plus 3, right? And if I add 1, these are two prime numbers. If I add 1, this will be 6, which is not a prime number, right? But they're telling it is a prime number. Incorrect. P1 into P2 plus 1 is a prime number. P1 into P2 plus 1. Let me take few examples. Let's say P1 and P2 are two any arbitrary prime numbers. So I can choose 2 into 3. Okay. Which is a prime number. Okay, that is a bad example. Let me choose any other example. Okay, 2, 3, 7. 2 into 7. Okay, both are prime numbers plus 1. So it will be 15. So 15 is it a prime number? No. It has 3 and 5 as factors. Right? So it is not a prime number. So option B will be correct in this question simply. Let's move on to the next question. Correct. Based on the conversation below, identify the logically correct inference. Even if I had known that you were in the hospital, I would not have gone there to see you, Ramya told Josephine. Okay, so I don't know. Okay, even if I had known you are in hospital, so Ramya is telling to Josephine that even if you were in the hospital, that is Josephine, I had known, even if I knew that Josephine was in hospital, I would not have gone there to visit you. Okay, so from this I can say Josephine was in the hospital, that is for sure, that is for certain. And Ramya, seems like Ramya did not knew. That's why it is telling even if I had known. Okay, so Ramya did not had this information that Josephine was in hospital. This information was not given to Ramya. But even if Ramya knew regarding this, Ramya would not have visited the hospital. So Ramya knew Josephine was in hospital. No, he did not knew. But he is telling even if I had known, I would not have visited there. Okay. Ramya did not know that Josephine was in hospital. Yes, this statement is correct. Ramya had no information that Josephine was in hospital. But even if Josephine, even if he knew, Ramya knew that Josephine was in hospital, still Ramya would not have visited. Ramya and Josephine were once close friends, but now they are not. No, there is like, how can I infer this, right? How do I know? No. How do I know? Josephine was in the hospital due to injury in her leg. How do I know? It can be anything, right? Injury in her leg, injury in her head, anything, right? How do I know? So, obviously, option B will be correct. Let's move on to the next question. If image and field are coded like this, image is coded like this, field is coded like this, okay, which one of the following is the most appropriate code for which? So I see I is written as F. So let me find out the difference. So let me write the letters A, B, C, D, E, F, I, right? So I and F. So basically I am subtracting one. Okay, that's fine. Let me find out any other patterns. So M is replaced with H. So I feel there is actually no pattern here, right? Because H is very far away. So A, B, C, D, E, F, uh, sorry. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Sorry, I'm extremely sorry. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. So between I and F, I have a difference of 2. Okay, fine. Or let's say total difference is 1, 2, 3. 3 places. 3 places of difference. And between H and M, there is huge difference. So now the difference, like previously, right, this had a difference. Let me color code it. Between these two letters I and F, there was a difference of -3. So I had to go back 3 steps, 1, 2 and 3. Between M and H, M and H, right, how many steps I have to go back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 steps. Okay, great. Like, let me find out any pattern. Here I have A and this is actually B. Okay, that is okay. Between A and B there is no pattern. Okay, so what we can do, right, I can see that here I is coded as F, M is coded as I. Okay, so there is no certain relation, but what I can understand, do I have B here? I don't have B. Okay, but I definitely have E here, right? So I see the third letter E is coded here as F, and here the last letter E is coded as J. So again there is no relation as such. Okay, third letter E is coded as F and here it is coded as J. Okay, that is again very difficult. uh, okay, let me do one thing. Let me understand which two alphabets are common here, right? So I see E is common and I is common. So in both of these, E and I are common, correct? And which are common here? Here F is common, J is common. Is anything else common? F and J. F and J. That's all, right? F and J. Yeah, FJ. Yes, FJ is only common. So of course EI, right? E and I, one of them will be F and other will be J. Okay. So either my answer, like here in the answer I have E, right? So if E is there, correct. So E would be either F or J. So in my answers I should have either F or J. So I don't see F or J here. I don't see F or J here. I see J here. I see F here. So these two are my possible answers. Now I am not able to figure out any pattern here, right? So I'm just really stuck. So I had to pause the video and think of any solution. Okay, this question is actually, to be honest, very difficult. I would have actually skipped it. I thought of a solution here. Okay, so because I can see that here also I have E, here also I have E, right? And I see that they are not matching. That means there is something wrong with my coding. So let's do one thing. Let's reverse it. If a reverse image, it will be E, G, A, M, I. And for the reverse, F is coded. Okay, for E, F is coded. If a reverse field, it will be D, L, E I F. Okay, and here it is interesting, right? So the code is EMFJG, correct? So E is coded as F and bingo. Okay, trust me, I also was not able to figure out, like I have to think about this a lot, then I was able to figure out. I have to obviously like see the solutions and all those things everywhere and then find out the pattern. So in the exam hall, personally I would not have been able to solve this. I'll be totally honest with you. uh, but okay, so this is the connection, right? So we have to reverse it and then find the pattern. Okay, so E is coded to F, right? So my G would be coded to H. Okay, G is coded to H. My A is coded to B. A is coded to B, right? Okay, so simply, right, it's nothing but it's the next letter, that's all, right? It's the next letter, that's it. It's just the plus one, right? It is plus one. E plus one is F, G plus one is H, A plus one is B. Just reverse it and then add one. That was the code. Okay, not that difficult, but reversing is like you have to think out of the world. So first I have to reverse this word. That will be H C A E B. Then I will add one. So this will be H I D. This will be B. This will be A B C D E F, and this will be C. So IDBFC is option B. Okay. So yeah, I was thinking something like, yes, they must have something in common, but I was not able to figure out. But I had to take a pause and finally solved it. Okay. So this is the answer. IDBFC. Not that simple, right? Reversing is, you have to be very good in this kind of things, right? Coding. Let's solve the next question basically. So we have been given this iteration input output X output Y. So there are two outputs and they just want us to write a recursive relation, right? So all these equations are valid for I greater than 0. Let me take a some number, right? Let me take a random number I equals to 1. If I choose I equals to 1, which of these equations will satisfy? So if I choose I equals to 1, that is x of 1 will be equals to x of I minus 1, that is 0, plus I of 0. X of 0 is 20, right? I of 0 is also 20. X of 1 comes out to be 40. X of 1 comes out to be 40, which is not satisfying here, right? Which is not satisfying. So this is wrong. Similarly, it's the same equation, right? Option D also uses the same equation. So this is also wrong. So let me take the second option, x of 1 for I equals to 1. This will be x of 0, that is x of 0 into I of 1. Okay. So, okay. So this will be x of 0 is 20, I of 1 is minus 4, correct? So it comes out to be, output comes out to be minus 8 actually. Okay, this is also not matching. Okay, which of the following is correct for the given data? Okay, minus 80, but it is not negative, right? X of 1 is not negative, it is positive. So I don't feel this will be valid, is correct. All of them are wrong then. Let me okay, this one is satisfying actually. Okay, this one is also not satisfying, right? This is y of I minus 1. So if I choose y of I, okay, sorry, it was I equals to 1, right? So this will be I of 1 actually, and I of 1 is actually minus 4. So 20 minus 4, okay, sorry, is equal to 16. So it is actually satisfying. I'm sorry, it is actually satisfying the solution. Okay, sorry, right? So this is valid. So this is valid actually. Like for this one, at least we are able to match it, right? Let me match it for the second one as well. Correct. So let me match it for the second one, right? Let me check it for the second one. Okay. So I forgot, right? This is for I equals to 1. So if I is equals to 1, what I will do? This will be x of 1 equals to x of 1 minus 1, that is x of 0 plus I of 1, right? X of 0 is what? X of 0 is this. Sorry, x of 0 is this. What is I of 1? I of 1 is this, right? So that's why it is 16. That is correct actually. Okay, that is correct. What about this one? Let me check the output now. Output y. So y of 1, I equals to 1 is equals to y of I minus 1, that is 1 minus 1, that is 0 into I of 1, right? So it is equals to y of 0. Y of 0 is minus 80 into I of 1. Sorry, y of 0, right? Sorry, y of 0 is 20, right? Y of 0 is 20. 20 into I of 1, that is minus 4. So that is 8 minus 80 actually. So it is satisfying. Okay. So according to me, option A will be correct. Okay, according to me, option A will be correct. Let me check the other, like this option as well. So this will not be valid, right? Because y of 0 plus I of 1, y of 0 is 20 plus I of 1 is minus 4, that is actually 16, which is not satisfying. And like basically they are switched, right? Not valid. Similarly here as well, it is y of I minus 1 into I of I minus 1. So y of 0 into I of 0. Y of 0 is 20, I of 0 is also 20. So it will come out to be 400, which is again incorrect. Y of 1 actually is supposed to be 800. Correct? Yeah, that is the thing here. So yep, these things you have to do. And here, yeah, we have already solved. Our answer is option A. Option A is the correct answer for this question, right? So you can solve for the other equations, you will get the same, like you get that they are not matching basically. So let's move on to the next question. So this is the 9th question. We have been given a figure and PQRS is a square with side length 2 centimeter. So PQRS is a square with side length 2 centimeter, correct? And PLMN is a rectangle. It is not a square, it is a rectangle. The corner L is on the QR side, right? And MN touches the other corner S, great, of the square. What is the area of PLMN in centimeter square if this side is 2 centimeter? So I feel like they have not given me any information, right? I only know this side length. If this is 2 centimeter, that means this also will be 2 centimeter, correct? Great. Now, whenever things like this happen, right, you will have to somehow, because I see like there are a lot of triangles. This is one of triangle, this is the other triangle, one triangle and the other triangle. I see a lot of triangles. So what I can think of is I can apply some similarity rule or some congruent rule, right? I can think of that because I know the area of this square, that is 4 centimeter square. Now let's assume that this is a right angle triangle, correct? Because this angle is 90. If I assume this to be theta, this will be what? 90 minus theta. Now this is 90, correct? This angle is 90, right? This angle is 90. It is the corner of the rectangle. So what will be this angle actually? Because this whole thing, if I add all these three, right, it will be 180. This has to be theta then, right? If I add theta, hold on a second. If I add theta plus 90, that is 90 plus theta plus 90 minus theta, then this will be 180. Okay, 180. That's all. So that, yeah, this has to be theta. Now again, this is a right angle triangle 90. So this angle will be 90 minus theta, right? Right angle triangle. So overall sum of all the angles must be 180. Now this, right, this angle and this angle will be same. I hope you understand. This angle and this angle will be same, right? They are just, I have forgotten the name, reflex angle, whatever, like they are directly opposite to each other, right? So this will be same actually. There is a proof as well. I hope you understand it. So this will be also 90 minus theta. Great. Now again, this is a right angle triangle. So this angle will be theta, correct? Because the sum must be 180. Now the interesting fact, if I extend this thing, right, if I extend this two lines of my square and the rectangle of the square basically, right, if this is theta, this has to be theta. This has to be theta, correct? Now again, this whole angle will be 90. So this angle again will be 90 minus theta. Now again, this is a right angle triangle. So this will be again theta. Now the interesting thing is, right, the side of this triangle is 2 centimeter, one of the sides, right, height, altitude. Here also if I see, the altitude is not 2 centimeter, but its hypotenuse, this, right, is 2 centimeter, correct? What about its height? How do I calculate its height? So what I can do is, what is the okay, what is my, let me assume this side to be x, right? So what is my tan theta? Tan theta is equals to height upon base, so it is like opposite upon base, that is x upon 2, right? What is my tan theta in this triangle, right? It is also a right angle triangle, so tan theta will be, okay, but tan theta will not be able to help me out here, okay, because if I use tan theta, this will be this upon this, right, which I don't know already, okay, but still I know height upon base, that is interesting, okay. So if I assume this to be a, and this to be b, correct, this base to be b and this to be a, right, this will be a upon b, okay. So I know the ratio between height and the base, okay, that's great. Okay, anything else am I able to figure out? Unfortunately no, okay. Okay, this is 2 centimeter, this is also 2 centimeter. So for this triangle, it has its hypotenuse as 2 centimeter. For this triangle, its height is 2 centimeter, correct? uh, okay, let me think of something, right? Let me think of something. So I know this side, will I be able to find out this side? uh, let me think of that. So what will be my sine theta, sorry, not sine theta, what will be my cos theta? Okay, cos theta, let me assume this length, right, to be PL. So cos theta would be equals to base upon hypotenuse. Base is 2 centimeter, hypotenuse is PL, correct? And here what is my cos theta? Cos theta, cos theta is equals to my base upon hypotenuse. So this a upon hypotenuse, that is 2. So a upon 2, correct? And of course cos theta have to be same, they cannot be different, right? So a upon 2 has to be equals to 2 upon PL, right? So a into PL actually is equals to 4. Now this is very interesting. A is what? A is PN, right? A is simply PN, this length, and PL is this length. So I got the area of a triangle. I got my area of a triangle as 4. I don't need to do anything, right? I just directly got the area of a triangle with simple relations and bit of trigonometry. Okay, area of a, not, sorry, not area of a triangle, area of a rectangle, right? It will be PL into PN. So sometimes, yeah, this will take some time. So you don't need to solve this question in the uh, first round. You can solve this question in the second or third round. Okay, this is a good question, good aptitude based question. So your answer will be 4 centimeter square. Surprisingly, it is the same area as the square. Okay, I have proven it to you as well, like simply just solving bit of equations. Because you have to understand, you have to find out the area of your rectangle. So your target must be always to calculate Pn into PL somehow. Okay, that is your target. So my target is this one. What I can do is, I know triangles, whenever triangles are involved, try to use some similar property, trigonometry, something. You have to think of it, right? The diagram below shows a river system. Okay, so these are all, this is my P river, this is my R river, this is my Q river, S river, V river, T river, U river. It splits the land into 5 zones. This is my zone 2, zone 1, zone 3, zone 5, zone 4. We need to connect these zones, basically the land, using the least number of bridges. So bridges will be like this. Here I will have a bridge, right? Here I can have a bridge, here I can have a bridge. But they are not asking me to provide bridge everywhere on all the rivers. They are asking me, with the least number of bridges, how can I connect these zones, right? Basically all the zones are connected. Like let's say if I am connecting zone 2 and zone 1, right? I don't need to connect again, like Okay, let's say I connect this this zone, right? Zone 3 and zone 1. So I don't need to connect this. If I just connect this, that also will be enough, right? That also will be enough because zone 2 and zone 3 are connected, zone 1 and zone 3 are connected. So we can go via zone 2. I don't need to provide this bridge. This bridge will be redundant. That's why they're asking me least number of bridge. Okay, so if I provide bridges at P, Q and T, if I provide bridges at P, Q and T, how will I cross from zone 3 to zone 4, right? And from zone 5 to zone 4. So not valid, invalid. If I provide bridges at P, Q, S, T, P, Q, S and T, again, right? This is again disconnected, correct? And this part is also zone 2 and zone 3 are again disconnected. So not valid, not valid. Bridges on Q, R, TV. So Q, R, Q, R, TV. Okay, let me think about it. So zone 2 and zone 3 are connected and zone 3 and zone 1 are connected. So if I want to go from zone 1 to zone 2, I can go via this. Okay, great. If I want to go from zone 1 to zone 3, I can go via this, right? I cannot directly go, but I can go via Q and via T. Great. This is connected, right? What about these two? Are these connected? Yes. I can go from here to here, right? So I can go via. So seems like it is correct. But just to be sure, let us check the last option. Okay. So PQSUV. So PQS U is where? U is here, right? And V. R is not there, right? This is also correct actually because all the I see all of them are connected. But the problem is here I am using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am using 5 bridges, but I am supposed to use only like the minimum number of bridges. So of course option C will be your correct answer for this question. Let's start with the Sunday, 2nd February 2025, the forenoon session, the shift one. Two cars P and Q start from a point X. So we have a point X and two cars are starting from P and Q at 10 a.m. So we are starting at 10 a.m. and car P travels north with a speed of, let me mark the directions. Let me assume this is north. Let me assume this is east, this is west, and this is south. How do I remember which one is east and which one is west? So basically what I do is generally, right, in the map of India, not a perfect map, okay, very bad map, okay, in the map of India, right, so West Bengal is located somewhere here. So West Bengal is located in the east of India. That's how I remember. West is actually supposed to be east of India. So West Bengal is my hometown, home state. So I assume that if west is supposed to be the east, right? So that's why I write east. That's how I remember it. Okay, yeah. That was a short trivia. So yeah, car P travels towards north with a speed of 25 kilometer per hour. Car Q travels east with a speed of 30 kilometer per hour. Car Q, right? Q travels east. So Q actually travels in this direction with a speed of 30 kilometer per hour. Correct? Car P travels continuously but stops continuously. Okay, car P is traveling continuously, but car Q stops for some time after traveling for 1 hour. So it travels for 1 hour and it stops. Okay, so this Q has stopped after 1 hour. Okay. If both of the cars at the same distance, if both the cars are at same distance from X, this location, at 11:30 a.m. Okay, if both of them are at same distance at 11:30 a.m. For how long did Q stop? Okay, so after stopping again, it uh, starts to travel. So let's assume that after an hour, how much have they traveled, right? What is the distance from X point towards north for P? So if I have traveled for 1 hour, the distance is 25 kilometers because the speed is 25 kilometer per hour. So I have covered 25 kilometers of distance on the north side. That is my P, and my Q is at a distance of 30 kilometer, right? Now the thing is, Q is at a larger distance, but what happens at 11:30, that is after 1.5 hour, because we start from 10 a.m. After 1.5 hour, both of them are at same distance from point X. So P continuously travels, right? So this is 1 hour, right? P travels for another 30 minutes. So in 1 hour, if I'm traveling 25 kilometers, in 30 minutes I will travel 12.5 kilometers. So basically overall distance covered by P in 1.5 hours is 37.5 kilometers. Okay. Now what about Q? So Q has stopped. I don't know for how long, right? Let's assume that Q has stopped for X amount of minutes, right? Or let's say X by 60 amount of hours, because X is the amount of minutes. So X by 60 would be amount of hours. Okay. Right, X minutes. Now if it has stopped for X amount of minutes, right, then in the 30-minute duration, let's say it has stopped for X minutes, right? So how much has it traveled? It will be 30 minus X, correct, minutes. 30 minus X minutes. Let me write it this in minutes only. Let's say in this whole 30 minutes, Q has stopped only X minutes, right? So how much was Q running in the duration? It will be 30 minus X. So 30 minus X, of course, again I will convert this into hour. So this much amount of this was the amount of hour that Q has traveled in that duration, right? If I multiply this into the speed, what will I get? I will get the distance traveled in this duration. Speed of Q is what? 35. Now I know at 11:30 both of them are at same distance, that is this also has covered 12.5 kilometers, or I can say overall it has covered 42.5 kilometers, right? So it is already at 30 kilometer. How much more do I need to cover? Sorry, how much? Yeah, how much more do I need to cover this whole distance, right? Because they must be at the same distance. I need to cover 7.5 kilometers more, so that both P and Q are at the same distance at 11:30 a.m. So I need to cover, like already I have covered. I'm at this point. I've already covered at 11 a.m. I'm already at 30 kilometers from X. So by 11:30, I need to get to 37.5 kilometers from X. That is, I need to travel 7.5 kilometers. Out of this, in 30 minutes, I have paused for a few seconds and I have traveled for the remaining time. That is 30 minus X into my speed. This will give me the distance covered. And how much distance do I need to cover? 7.5 kilometers. So if I solve this equation, let me solve this, right? This would be 35 divided by 7.5. Okay, this inverse into 60, this plus 30, yeah, this would be 17.14. Okay, so approximately it comes out, okay, something, it feels like I'm doing something wrong. Just give me 1 second. 30 minutes space traveling, 12.5 will be 37.5. That is correct. Q has to travel this much. For how long did car Q stop, right? So if Q has stopped for X minutes, it will travel for, sorry, its speed is not 35, sorry, its speed is 30, right? That is what I'm missing. Speed is 30. I'm extremely sorry. Speed is 30. If speed is 30, this will be actually 4, right? 4, this will be 15, So your overall answer will come out to be 15 will go there, so x comes out to be exactly 15. Okay, 15. That's why I was thinking that it should come out to be a whole number. X exactly come out to 50. So car queue has stopped for 15 minutes. Let's move on to the next question. Is ceiling function of a real number x denoted by c of x is defined as the smallest integer that is greater than or equal to x? Like, this definition is nothing but the greatest integer function that I have taught to you in the RPYQ series of mathematics, right, in the calculus part. So it's defined as the smallest integer that is greater than or equal to x, right? So basically, let's take an example. Let's say I have 3.1. So what will be c of 3.1? That will be equals to 3. C of 3.1 would be equals to 3, right? Because it is the smallest integer that is greater than or equal to x. So what is the smallest integer that is greater than or equal to x? So if I choose 4, right? 4 is an integer that is greater than x, right? Okay, sorry. The smallest integer, hold on a second, sorry. The smallest integer that is greater than or equal to x. Okay, sorry. Actually, ceiling means, so we have to choose the upper value. We cannot choose the lower value, we have to choose the smallest integer that is greater than or equal to x. Okay, the smallest integer that is greater than or equals to x. So what is the smallest integer that is greater than or equals to x? It is actually not 3, right? I was incorrect. So that's why you should also figure it out. It is not 3, it is 4. So 4 is the smallest integer, right? Because after 4, what will come? 5. Is 5 the smallest integer that is greater than or equals to x? No, right? 4 is there. 4 is there, right? It is not the smallest one. It is an integer that is greater than or greater than x, but it is not the smallest one. So ceiling of 3.1 is 4. Let me take another example. Ceiling of 2.7. So what is the smallest integer that is greater than or equals to x? What is the smallest integer? The smallest integer that is greater than or equals to x is simply equals to 3, right? Because 3 is the integer that is greater, x is basically inside, whatever is inside here, right? That is my x. So 3 is basically the smallest integer that is greater than or equals to x. What is ceiling of 3? It is not 4 actually. Because what is the smallest integer that is greater than or equals to x? Or equal to x is there, right? So if I choose 3 here, so 3 is an integer that is greater than or equals to x, right? It is equals to x, basically whatever is inside my ceiling function, that is my x. I hope that is clear now. So now what are they asking? Similarly, the floor function denoted by FL of x, right, is defined as the largest integer that is smaller than or equals to x. Okay, so it just behaves opposite, right? So floor means smallest integer, sorry, largest integer that is smaller than or equals to x. So floor of 4.1 would be simply 4, because we have to choose the largest integer that is smaller than or equals to my x inside whatever is there in the floor function. In this case, it is 4. Similarly, you can again choose any other value, right? What is floor of 4.7 or let's say 5.7? I have to choose the smallest integer. So I have to choose the greatest integer that is smaller than or equals to x. So what is the greatest integer that is smaller than or equals to x? It is 5. So hence it will be 5, right? I cannot choose 4, because if I choose 4, right, yeah, it is smaller than x, that is correct, but it is not the greatest integer that is smaller than 5.7. 5 is the greatest integer that is smaller than 5.7. So basically what we do in the floor function, we simply neglect this part. Okay, that 5 comes over here. In ceiling function, simply if it is a pure integer, then it will be that value only. If it is not a pure integer, right, then it will be the next value. That's all. So they are asking me which one of the following statements is not correct for all possible values of x. Ceiling of x will be greater than or equals to x. This will be always valid. If you observe here, right, ceiling will be either greater than my x or it will be equal. If it is an integer, if x is an integer, it will be equal, right? So this statement is always true. So this is not my correct answer, because there was which is not correct. Floor of x is always less than or equals to x. Again, this statement is always true. Either it will be equals to x, let's say floor of 4, right, it will be 4 only, because what is the largest integer smaller than or equals to x. So smaller than or equals to x is simply 4. Okay, so this is again always true, so this is also not my possible answer. Okay, now ceiling of x greater than or equals to x, right? Ceiling of x is greater than or equals to floor of x. Okay, so this statement, ceiling of x is always greater than or equals to floor of x, this statement is also correct, right? Because if I choose a common value, like my ceiling of x is always greater than or equals to x, and my x is always greater than or equals to floor of x, so this floor of x will always be less than x, right? So I can write my x in the middle, so my ceiling will be largest value or equals to, or my floor will be smaller than x or equals to. Whenever my x is integer, all of them will be same. Okay, rest of the time this relation will be followed, just remove the equal to sign, that's all. So this is again always true, right? But this, right, is not always true. Floor of x will always be less than ceiling of x, right? So basically I can say here ceiling of x will be always greater than or equals to floor of x, because equal to sign is there, so this statement is always valid, either it will be greater or equal. You can see for any case this will be followed, but this, right, we are not seeing the equal to sign, so whenever x is integer this will not be followed. Ceiling of x and floor of x will both of them be equal, so this statement will not be followed, so this is incorrect. So this is incorrect, so they ask me what is incorrect, they have asked me what is incorrect, so option D is actually my incorrect scenario, so this will be my answer for the question. That's all. Let's move on to the next question. P and Q play chess frequently against each other. Of this match, P has won 80% of the match, so probability of P winning is 80%, that is 0.8, and probability of drawing the match is 0.15, and probability of losing the match, right, is 0.05. Okay, 0.05. If they play 3 more matches, what is the probability of P winning exactly 2 of these matches, 2 of these 3 matches, right? If they play 3 more matches, what is the probability? Okay, if they play 3 more matches, what is the probability of P winning exactly 2 of these 3 matches? It is simply a question of binomial probability distribution, right? So P has to win exactly 2 of 3 matches. The other can be either draw or a loss to P. Okay, so there can be 2 things, right? Either P wins 2 and P loses 1, or P of course is winning 2, or there is a 1 draw. These are the only 2 possible scenarios. Even if P only wins once, we will not be able to follow our given condition. So P exactly has to win 2, sorry. P cannot win 3 as well, right? Exactly 2. So how many ways can P win 2? Like what is the probability of P winning 2 matches? Probability of P winning is 0.8. Again P winning is 0.8. Again P losing. What is the probability of P losing? 0.04. Right? This needs to happen. And of course, what can happen? I can arrange them, because in the first match P can win, in the second match P can lose, in the third match P can win again, right? So all these variables can be arranged. So how many ways can I arrange this, right? So this will be basically 3 factorial upon 2 factorial. That is the number of ways in which I can arrange, or simply you can follow binomial distribution, binomial probability, that also will be enough. So this is the probability of P winning, right? So 0.8 whole square into 0.05 plus yeah, what about winning twice? Winning twice, 1 draw. Again that also can be arranged in 3 factorial upon 2 factorial. It will be 0.8 whole square into the difference would be, for draw the probability is 0.15. So for draw it would be 0.15. So if I solve this question, this would be 3 into 0.8 whole square, right? So 3 into 0.8 whole square. So let me take this thing in common. So 3 into 0.8 whole square will be anyways taken in common. I will have 0.05 plus 0.15, that is simply 0.2. Okay, hold on a second. 0.8 whole square into 3 into 0.2. So it comes out to be 0.384, correct? So of course I am seeing like they have not given like fractions, they have directly given me the values. Let me compare the values. So 48 upon 125, if I compare, it comes out exactly to be 0.384. So option A is correct. Of course other options will not match, you can verify, but other options will not match. So it is simply a question of probability. Let's solve the next question. Identify which has the most appropriate sequence. So basically this is like we have to form a paragraph and we have to identify which statement will come first, then the second statement, then the last statement, right? So let me go through them once. At once, without thinking much, people rushed towards the city in hordes with sole aim of grabbing as much gold as possible. It seems like something is happening, right, in the city. Some event is happening, not even like some robbery or something is happening. Okay. However, little did they realize about the impending hardships they would have to face on their way. So this also does not seem like this is a start of a paragraph. All of them thought that easily they could lay their hands on gold. Again, does not seem like it. About 100 years ago, the news that gold had been discovered in Kolar spread like wildfire, and the whole state was in raptures. So this definitely seems like a start. About 100 years ago, there was a news gold was discovered in Kolar, and it spread like wildfire. And then, of course, people listened to the news and then they rushed into the city. So I feel then, uh, yeah, I think then either something will come. So we will definitely start with S, right? So either C or D is correct. So that's how you can simply narrow down your possible answers. So after S we have Q, after S we have P, right? So however, if I write after S we have Q, right? So at once, without thinking much, people rushed towards the city in hordes with the sole aim of grabbing as much gold as possible. So this actually I feel like this will be the next sentence in sequence, right? After that, I feel this will be the next sentence. Okay. So S, P. Okay, this can be also next. Okay, this is not there in the sequence itself, right? Uh, yeah, I think yeah. This after this, they're telling after S we have R. So P after S we have P, then R. So let me go through this. At once, without thinking much, people rushed towards the city in hordes with the sole aim of grabbing as much gold as possible. All of them thought that easily they could lay their hands on gold and become wealthy overnight. But, however, little did they realize about the impending hardships they would have to face on their way to the city. Miles of mud, unfriendly forest, hungry beasts, and inimical local lords. I don't understand all the English, all of which would reduce their chances of getting gold to almost zero. Okay, yeah, this makes sense, right? This would be the last sentence in the paragraph. So yeah, I believe SPRQ is a valid sequence here. So SPRQ will be correct. So you just have to narrow down your possible answers. Let's move on to the next question. If height and cage are coded like this, then what is the code for high? Okay, great. So I see height is coded like this, right? So here I have E, here also I have E, and both of them I see, both of them are coded similarly 11. So for the code for E is supposed to be 11. Great. Do I have anything else in common? No, I don't have anything else in common. So I see, right? What do I observe? No, there is nothing much to observe here. because if I see for D it is 7. Okay, for I it is 23. That is interesting, quite large for I. For D it is not that large. I am not able to figure out any sequence for now, but at least E is 11, so that I am able to figure out. G seems to be 17. Okay, G seems to be 17. A seems to be 2. Give me a second. A seems to be 2 and C seems to be 5, right? So what do I have? I have H and G. So G is 17. G is 17. So 17 should be there. H, I have 2H, right? 2H. So basically first and last should be repeated, correct? Because I have 2H, first in the last letter, first letter and the last letter. So of course first and last letter must be repeated. So either D or B can be my possible answers. And I know that G is 17, right? So G is 17. So it cannot be 17 as the last and first. H cannot be 17. G is 17. So 17 is here. So of course D will be your correct answer. You can verify the other ones as well. So G is 17. H is supposed to be 19, right? If you see, H is 19. And I is 23. I see, yeah, I here is also 23, right? If you match the codes, it will be 23. Very simple. This was actually pretty simple than the previous one. So option D will be correct. Very simple and easy to understand. Let's solve this one, right? The given figure is reflected about the horizontal dashboard. So it is reflected about the horizontal dashboard and then rotated by 90 degrees clockwise about an axis perpendicular to the plane. So let's say this is my plane, right? This is my plane and I am rotating. Okay, let me show you. This is my plane, okay, and I am rotating that about 90 degrees in the clockwise. Okay, clockwise about an axis perpendicular to the plane, right? So my axis is perpendicular to the plane. So this is my axis, right? Perpendicular to the plane, and I'm rotating it by 90 degrees. So basically we're rotating it like this, right? So okay, sorry, this is my plane. Okay, let me assume, okay, what is my plane? It is perpendicular to the plane of the figure. So plane of the figure is here, right? Perpendicular to it will be this is the axis. Okay, so I have to rotate along its axis 90 degrees in the clockwise. So 90 degrees in the clockwise would be in this direction. So I have to rotate in this direction. Okay, but before that I have to do some mirror things. I will discuss about that. Which one of the following options shows the correct resultant figure? So let me see it. The given figure is reflected about the horizontal dashed line. The given figure is reflected about the horizontal dashed line and then rotated 90 degrees in the clockwise direction. Okay, so basically what we are doing is we are reflecting the given figure in the this about this horizontal dashed line. Okay, so the reflection, right, would be this. So whatever is here, same mirror image will be copied, right? It will be just the mirror image, correct? So the mirror image would be like this. Of course I can show it to you as well exactly how the mirror image will look like. So it will be like this, then it will go there, then down. That's all. And this thunder sign also will be there, and this will go towards the middle. Okay, I will not be able to draw this absolutely perfectly, but like I hope you get the point, right? I will get the point. Okay, so like a thunder will be there. Okay, then there will be arrow here that will point outside. This will be like this. And then there would be a moon like structure like this. But what they are doing, they are actually also rotating. Then what is doing, then rotated clockwise. So given figure is reflected in the horizontal axis, right? Then I'm rotating in the clockwise direction, then rotated clockwise by 90 degrees on an axis parallel perpendicular to this figure, right? So if I rotate clockwise 90, right, what will happen? Basically this one will move here, this one will come here, this one will come here, this one will come here, that's all, right? So if I rotate, so simply I can copy and paste and rotate. Okay, of course I will show you the exact figure, but if I rotate this 90, right, this will be the figure basically. Okay, so I see this one is matching, this one is matching, it rest all of them are not matching. Okay, only this one is matching. So exactly the figure also I can show, right? So basically what will be the mirror image about the dashed line? Let me first cut this here. So if I exactly show, right, with the tab I can easily show you, with visualize it. So what will be the mirror image? The mirror image, right? So there is an option here. If you see, there is an option like this option, right? Okay, you are not able to see it. Okay, you will not be able to see it basically. This one. Okay, I hope I can hover over my pen. You can see this is the option. That is the mirror image about the horizontal line. So if I press the mirror image about the horizontal line, can you see the similarity here? Can you see this picture? Isn't that what we have drawn? Exactly similar, right? Now I just need to rotate it by 90, right, in the clockwise direction. What do you see? You are getting the same image, right? Of course, first I have drawn it, then of course I can use the technology to explain you even better. Let's solve the next question. Which of the following statements has the correct sequence of objects arranged in the increasing number of mirror lines of symmetry? Which one of the options has the correct sequence of objects arranged in increasing number of mirror lines or lines of symmetry? Okay, lines of symmetry increasing. So there are infinite numbers of lines of symmetry, like the number of lines of symmetry increases. So for a circle, right, if I draw a circle, how many lines of symmetry I have? Actually there are infinite lines of symmetry. You see, this is also a line of symmetry, this is also a line of symmetry, all these are all line of symmetry. So there are infinite, like basically whichever passes through the center, right, all of them are lines of symmetry. I can break my circle down into two symmetrical parts. So circle will have infinite, right? So this should come at the last, this should not be at the first, because they have asked me to arrange them in increasing order. So circle should be last, that I can observe in the option B, C, D. Then I see that we have this equilateral triangle, square is there, and isosceles triangle. So equilateral triangle means all of its sides are same. So there can be one line of symmetry here, there can be one line of symmetry here, and there can be one line of symmetry here, right? Because all of the sides are equal. So I can break my triangle similarly here, because this will be x by 2, this will be x by 2 as well. Similarly, I can break my triangle here, x by 2, x by 2. Similarly, this also will be similar here, x by 2, x by 2. That's all. Correct? So all of them are similar. Correct? So a equilateral triangle will have 3 lines of symmetry. But a isosceles triangle, if I draw an isosceles triangle, the two angles of isosceles triangle are same. That's all. The sides, two sides are same, but the third side is not equal. So there is only a single line of symmetry. Single line of symmetry. Right? This is not symmetrical, because I am not able to break down my triangle into two equal parts. Here also again, this is not symmetrical. Right? Only this is the correct line of symmetry. Okay. So this isosceles triangle will have the least number of lines of symmetry. So option D is correct actually. Sorry, not option D, sorry. Option B is correct. First isosceles triangle, then equilateral triangle, then square. Square will have 4 lines of symmetry. One like this, one like this, one this diagonal, another this diagonal. So it has 4. Like I can break my square into two equal parts here. I can break my square into two equal parts here. I can break my square into two equal parts here. I can break my square into two equal parts here. That's all. Okay. So yeah. So square will have 4. So it is increasing. So square will come after equilateral triangle. Correct. Let's solve the next question. A final year student appears for placement interview in 2 companies, S and T. Based on her interview experience performance, she estimates the probability of receiving job offers from companies S and T. So there is a company S and T. To receive a job from company S, it is 0.8, and to receive a job from company T, it is 0.6. Let P be the probability that C receives job offers from both the companies. Let P be the probability that she receives job offers from both the companies. Okay. Okay. So P is the probability that she will receive job offers from both the companies. Select the most appropriate option. So what is the range of P? Right. So if she has received a job offer from company S, what is the probability? 0.8. If she has also received a job offer from company T as well, it will be 0.6. So as both needs to happen, so hold on a second. Into combination T based on probability. She estimates her probability. Okay, estimates receiving the job is this, that she receives job from both the companies. Select the most appropriate answer. Okay, so she is actually estimating it, right? She is estimating it. So value of P comes out to be 0.64. Okay, now which out of this, which one is lying between 0.64, that we can see, and we can obviously eliminate the other one. So I see this, right? P can lie between 0 to 0.2. This is incorrect. P can, the estimation of P is between 0 to like it has to be near 0.64, right? This is not lying in the range. Here also 0.64 is not lying in the range. Here also 0.64 is not lying in the range. And you will feel that option D is correct, and you will be wrong because you cannot do this, right? This, right, we can simply multiply two events if they are independent. Have they told you that it is independent? They might be dependent, correct? So you don't know. So you should solve basic. You should solve with basics. What is the basic? That both S and T has to occur. That means P, probability of S intersection of T. Right? That is what they are asking. What is the probability of S intersection of T? Both of them occurring. Right? C receives job offers from both. So PS intersection T, right, would be equals to, basically you can use a simple formula that we know this formula, right? P S of union T is equals to P of S plus P of T minus P S intersection of T. Correct? Now here what can we do basically? Right? Do I know what is PS union of T? So this PS intersection of T, right? What are the range? What is the range basically, right? Okay, they are asking me what is the range. Okay, so what is the maximum value of PS union of T? Maximum value can be 1, right? Maximum value can be 1. PS union of T, maximum value can be 1, correct? Because let's say I have only two cases. Either way I get the job or I don't get the job, right? So maximum value of PS intersection of T can be 1. Okay, so yeah, we will assume that. So if I assume uh, the maximum value, if I assume the maximum value for this to be 1, then what do I get? This would be 1 equals to P of S. P of S is supposed to be 0.8 plus 0.6 minus P of S intersection T. So P of S intersection T, right? This is the maximum value, right? It will be something less than this, right? So my P of S intersection T would be greater than this, okay? Because 1 is the maximum value of this, right? It cannot go beyond 1. We cannot go beyond 1, okay? So basically we want both S and T, right? So we cannot go beyond our Venn diagram. So both S and T can cover this whole area, that is 1, okay? So that will be equals to PS union T, that is 1. So this will be 1.4 minus 1, that is basically equals to 0.4, right? So PS intersection T has to be greater than equals to 0.4. That is the minimum value. Now we got the lower bound of PS intersection of T. What is the upper bound? What can be the maximum common area? What does PS intersection of T means? Is the maximum, like a common area, right? Common area. What is the maximum common area that I can have? Maximum, right? If one overlaps over the other, right? Maximum common area. If let's say S is overlapping over T, this T, let me draw it in some other color. This T and S is overlapping. So what is S intersection of T? This whole area, right? Or let's say T overlaps my S, whatever the other way. This, in this case, my T is actually small, right? Probability of T is small. So I can assume my S to be large. So I can swap these values. So this will be T and this will be S, correct? So I can assume this is my T and this is my S, right? So now what you can do, right? This is the maximum value, right? I cannot go beyond this because the common area max can be when they are overlapping each other. That's the maximum value. So maximum value of this, right? PS intersection of T would be minimum of PS and PT. I hope you can understand it from the diagram. That is the maximum common area, correct? So this would be equals to minimum of PS PT. So what is the lowest value? 0.6. So my PS intersection of T, as it is the maximum value, must be lower than 0.6, right? So the range of PS intersection T would be between 0.4 to 0.6. Okay, because your events are not independent. That's why it is not that simple. So option B will be correct. So this question again is a very good probability question. So sometimes they ask good aptitude based question. Let's now move on to the next shift. Let's begin with the next shift, that is Saturday. That is the Sunday, 2nd February, the afternoon shift. Only the paper for electrical was conducted. The relationship between two variables is shown, is given by this equation and is shown in the figure. Great. Find the values of P and Q. So they are just asking you to find the equation of line. So how much simpler can it be? So when what I can do, I can put my y to be 0. So whenever my y is 0, whenever my y, so this is my y, right? So this is my y and this is my x. So whenever my y is 0, what happens? Whenever my y is 0, right? My x value, is it constant? X is equals to minus of q, right? So at this point of time, my y is 0. And what is the x value? Minus 2. So if I put in this equation y to be 0, x will be equals to minus q. And actually x is supposed to be minus 2. So q is supposed to be 2. That's all. Q is 2. We got the value of q. So x plus py equals to minus 2. That's all. Now we can put here, right? When my x is 0. When my x is 0, what is the value of y? It is 4, right? It is 4. So if I put x equal to 0, p into 4 will be equals to minus 2 because y is 4 at that point of time. So p would be equals to minus of half. So option A will be correct. So I don't believe you will get any question that is more simpler than this in GATE examination. This is like class 3-4 question. I don't know. Okay, class 3-4. I don't know. So let's solve the next question. Each row of column 1 and column 2 are basically matched in a circle. The arrangement of circles column 2 represents the relationship among items in the column 1. Identify the most appropriate match. So animals, zebra, giraffe. So I know zebra and giraffe are both animals, correct? So basically if I have a diagram of animals, this whole thing includes all the animals, cows, chicken, all the animals, right? In that, of course, there will be a section for zebra and there will be a section for giraffe. Now, is there any intersection between zebra and giraffe? No, there is no possible intersection between zebra and giraffe, because zebra and giraffe are both two separate animals. There is no common region. So the Venn diagram would look something like this. So one will point certainly to Q. What about the other options? Director, producer, actor. Okay, director, producer, actor. Now director, producer, actor, right? Uh, this I am not able to figure out how will they lie basically. Director, producer, actor. So producer is someone who produces the film, actor, director. So okay, this is interesting. So currently what we see in the film industry is that we see that Akshay Kumar, right? He is director as well as actor. We have seen that. Sometimes producer as well. So a director can be actor, producer as well, right? A director can be director and actor as well. A producer can be director as well. So basically they will have some common region, and all three of them can also have some common region. Correct? So it's not like if he's a producer, then this will be the large area. Then inside the producer we have director and actor. No, not like that. I believe this will be the proper diagram. So which I'm observing here. So my 2 will point to R for now. Of course, I will see the options. I see one is pointing to Q here, one is pointing to Q here, right? So A, B are my possible answers. 2 is pointing to P. 2P, right? That basically means I have a bigger diagram. Let's say a producer. So producer will include both the director and the actor. Is that correct? So animal, right? Both zebra and giraffe are animals. Correct? That's why animal is the bigger circle. So if I say producer is here, so both here, let's assume this is actor or director. So both actor and directors have to be producer. Is that true? No. If I assume this to be producer and this to be director and this to be actor, so both producer or actor have to be actors. No. So there is nothing like a bigger circle here, because this is not common, right? Here zebra and giraffe both were animals. That's why this was the bigger circle, because it included both zebra and giraffe as well. Also other things, cow, chicken, then goat, any other animal. But here this is not the case. So this is gone, right? So only one option is left, that is option B. So of course option B will be correct. Let us do a bit of sanity check that other options are also correct. I mean other matching are also correct. So 2 is pointing to R. What about 3? Word, sentence, novel, right? So novel, I guess, is the bigger thing, right? With a novel, if I have a novel, right? Novel is formed using sentences, and a sentence is formed using words. Here, right, we did not have any common thing, but we know that a word is formed using sentence and a sentence is formed using novels. Sorry, I'm saying the opposite thing. Sorry, a novel is formed using sentences and sentences are formed using words. Correct? So this will be the diagram for novel, sentence and word. Correct? So I see word, novel, sentence is here. So 3 should be this, pointing towards S, and that is also being done here as well. 3 is pointing towards S. That is correct. What about the last one? Of course, last one will be pointing towards P only, right? Pianist, guitarist, instrumentalist. So instrumentalist, right, can be both possible, pianist or guitarist. So a pianist can be guitarist or may not be guitarist. A guitarist may be pianist or may not be. But an instrumentalist, right, means basically the person knows how to play an instrument. So piano also is an instrument, guitar is also an instrument. So if a person is pianist, he has to be instrumentalist. Sorry, instrumentalist. Sorry, not nist. Sorry, instrumentalist. Because it is an instrument. It is an instrument. So that person has to play, like that person will be playing an instrument only. So this will be the proper Venn diagram that is represented in the answer as well. 4 is pointing to P. So again, good question, good conceptual question. So option B will be your correct answer for the question. Let's move on to the next one. Again, a basic arithmetic question. So here they are asking you what is the value of this in terms of 3, right? So if I solve this, this will be 3 raised to power 81 divided by 1 by 3. So, and this will be 3 raised to power 3 raised to the power of 4, correct? And this is whole raised to power 1 by 3, right? Don't forget that. So actually this will be 3 raised to power 27 upon, if I divide this by 3, right, this will be 3 raised to power 4. So actually this comes out to be 3 raised to power 23. I hope I don't need to explain all these things, right? So 3 raised to power 23 is option C. Let's move on to the next question. It is a comprehension type, paragraph type question, right? So identify the option that has most appropriate sequence such that coherent paragraph is formed. Okay, so it is because deer, like most of the animals, that tigers normally prey run. Okay, again I have to write it in proper sequence. So this can be starting. It is because deer, like most of the animals that now tigers normally prey on, run much faster. It simply means another day of empty stomach. I don't think this is a starting point. This can be, but I don't feel. Tigers spend most of their lives searching for food. This can be a starting point. Okay, can be. If they trace the scent of deer, okay, this is not definitely a starting point. For several nights, they relentlessly prowl through the forest. So definitely I can see tigers spend most time searching for their food, and then they're talking about how they prey their food, right? So of course Q has to be the starting point, because they're telling you, like, of course, in all the other sentences they're talking about how they prey deer, how they find the food, why deer is their main prey. So of course the first starting statement must be Q. So Q is starting only with option C. So option C will be answer. This you can verify by going through the option. So first, tigers spend most of their life searching for food, that is Q. Then S, right? For several nights, they relentlessly prowl through the forest hunting for a trail that may lead to their prey. That is again, yeah, this is valid. Then the next sentence is R. If they trace the scent of deer, tigers follow the trail, chase the deer for a mile or two in the dark, and yet may not catch them. Okay, they may not catch them. It is because deers, like most of the animals, that tigers normally prey on, run much faster. It simply means another day of empty stomach for big cats. So because they are not able to uh, prey deers, because deers run much faster. So yeah, this is absolutely correct. QSRP. Let's move on to the next question. For the given figure, EF, H, J are coded as 3080. So EF is coded as 30 and HJ is coded as 80. So which one among the given options is most appropriate for the entries marked 1 and 2? Okay, 1 and 2. So EF is coded as 30. 30 is here, right? It is just at the opposite, and HJ is coded as 80. It is just at the opposite. So of course 1 will be coded as 35, correct, and 2 should be coded as FG. So FG is coded as 2. FG is coded as option 2. So option 2 should be FG. Now what is FG basically? What shall be my FG, right? That is interesting. Code 30, 80. Okay. What else? And 1 is coded as 35, right? 35. Okay, 35. I see EG, EFG, HS. Which one of the among given answers is most appropriate entries for the marked 1 and 2? Okay. They seem to be all equal, right? So there is nothing in relation with this thing. So okay. G F1 is 35, 35, right? Ha. So I have here EF, right? EF. So EG, so 35, right, will be something greater than 30. So basically I have to increase my letters. right? So I see, yeah, because it is not that huge of a difference, so this can be EG. EH it will not be. EF, G, okay, GH also it can be, right? Okay, so EF is coded as 30, right? So what I feel is this code, right? Okay, what is this code? This code is not related with their entry, correct? If I am guessing it correctly, because F is no, this code is not related with their entry. Okay, let me think of something. So EF is coded as 30, right? So EF is coded as 30. So I have A, B, C, D, E. So E is the fifth term. A, B, C, D, E, F. F is the sixth term. Yeah, I think they're just multiplication, right? 5 into 6 is 30, right? So always write down the place. 5 into 6 is 30. So it is just the multiplication. Let me choose it for this one as well. HJ. So HJ, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, E, F, G, H, I, J. So I see that my G, H, right? H is what position? It is 8th position, and your J is the 10th position. So yeah, 8 into 10 is 80. That is correct. So basically, it is nothing but the product of the place of the alphabets. So yeah, what will be my 35? 35 would be, it can be either 7 into 5 or 5 into 7, right? Each of them will work. So 5 is nothing but my E, right? And 7 is nothing but my G. So either it can be EG or GE. So I see EG is there. So yeah, that is correct, right? That is correct. Okay. What about this one? So 2 is FG, right? F is 6 and G is 7. So it will be 6 into 7, that is 42. So FG will be coded as 42. So option C, of course, with the first option only I can match, but of course we have to verify. So option C is correct, right? This is my FG. That is correct. So option C is correct. Let's move on to the next question. Scores obtained by two students P and Q in 7 courses are given in the table below. Okay. Scores obtained by the two students P and Q in the 7 courses are given in the table below. Okay, scores obtained. Which of the following statements is incorrect according to the given data, I guess? So, uh, average score of P is less than average score of Q. So for that we have to first of all calculate. So median, they're considering about median, average. So let me first of all sort the data according to order. So if I sort the data according to order, so the marks of P would be first the minimum marks, that is 22. 22 I guess is the minimum. Then we have, what do I have? 22, then we have 40, sorry, 39. 39. Then we have 45. Then we have 50. Then we have 60. 60. Then we have 78. Correct. Then we have 78. So 22, 39, 45, 50, 60, 78. And 89. 89 is the next number, correct? Yes. So Q. Then Q is there, right? Q would be there. So Uh, yep. So what is the lowest number here? Lowest number would be 35. And then we have 35, then we have 45, 45, 35, then we have 50, then we have 56. 56, then 60, 65, 81. Okay, so yep, 35, 45, 50, 35, 45, 50, 56, 60, 65, 81. Great. Right now, so I just arrange them. Now we have to solve, right? So yeah, let me first of all calculate the median, right? Median will be the middlemost value. So here, right, I have total how many values? 3, 3, 7, right? So middle one will be the fourth one. Okay, so median of this is 50. What is the median here? So 35. So again I have 3, 3, 7. So median would be 56, right? Median of Q would be 56. So I see that median of P and Q are different, but here they're telling me that median score of P is same as median score of Q, and they have asked me incorrect. So definitely, certainly B will be incorrect. Always first calculate the easier thing. Average, it will take me some time to add all these values, then divide by 7, it will take me some time. Median is the easier one, right? So this statement is anyways incorrect, so gone. Difference between the maximum and minimum scores of P is greater than difference between maximum and minimum of Q. So difference between maximum and minimum of P would be 89 minus 22, that is 67. Okay, and difference of maximum on minimum of Q would be 81 minus 35, right? So 6, that is 41. Sorry, 6 plus 41 plus 40, so that it is 46. 46. Okay, that is the difference between maximum and minimum, correct? So which is correct? That is correct, right? Difference of maximum and minimum of P is greater than Q. That is correct. This statement is correct, but they was incorrect. If you calculate the average as well, this statement will come out to be correct. Here as well, median score and average score of Q are same. This also will come out to be same. Like this also will come out to be correct, right? Only this statement will be incorrect. You can calculate it. That is up to you. Let's solve the next question. Spheres of unit diameter are centered at LMN, where L and N can take every possible integer. So basically spheres are placed in 3-dimension axis X, Y, and Z, with the radii being not radii, diameter being 1, right? So what is the radius? Radius is 0.5. Okay, the distance between two spheres is computed from the center of one sphere to the center of the other sphere. Okay, that is how we compute the distance between sphere. For a given sphere, x is the distance to the nearest sphere and y is the distance to the next nearest sphere. What will be y by x? Okay, okay, L, M, N take every possible integer values. So L, M, and N can only take integer values. So let us take the easiest value, right? So let me first choose L, M, N to be 0. Okay, then I can choose what is the next nearest sphere. So I can choose L, M to be 0, n to be 1. That means in the z axis it is 1, right? So center is at 1. Now remember, this is the diameter of the sphere, right? Diameter is 1. This much is 0.5, correct? And so another 0.5 will be this, and of course the center will be here only, distance of 1 from the origin, because it is on the z axis. So center of the sphere is here, and the sphere I will draw like this, because the radius is 0.5, this much distance is 0.5, and this much distance is also 0.5, that's all, correct? And this much distance is of course 0.5. And what is the next nearest sphere? Again I can choose a very easy value. What is the next nearest sphere? Okay, uh, sorry, hold on a second. The x is the distance to its nearest sphere, and y is the distance to its next nearest sphere, right? X is the distance to its nearest sphere, and y is the distance to its next nearest sphere. Y is the distance to its next nearest sphere, right? So y would be next nearest. Okay, next nearest. Which one is next nearest to it, right? I think here, I'm guessing here, because of course spheres can be here as well, right? One distance from here, so that distance also will be same only, right? But that this distance will be higher, right? So one sphere can be here as well, right? One sphere, but this distance will be higher. One sphere can be here as well, but this distance will be again next nearest sphere. Okay, okay. What is the next nearest sphere, right? So next nearest sphere, of course I can have a sphere down, that is fine, but they're asking me the next nearest sphere. So either I can place a sphere here, but this distance, right, overall this would be coming out to be 2, because this will be 0.5, this will be 1, this will be 0.5, 2. But if I choose a sphere here, where? Here, right? So from the z, it is on the same level as this center, right? So z is equals to 1, but let's say x is equals to also 1, but y is 0, correct? Although in 2D you will not be able to understand this, because I'm drawing in a 2D structure, right? You will not be able to figure this out, but my y is 0, correct? So what can be done here? What can be done? So what is the distance? Like, of course I could have chosen a sphere here, right? But that distance would have been larger. So what is the distance here? Okay, so what is this distance, right? So what have they asked me? So x is the distance to its nearest sphere, right? So the distance from to its nearest sphere from the center to center is 1. So x is actually equals to 1 unit. What is y? Y would be the distance to the next nearest sphere. So the next nearest sphere is here, right? What is this distance? So how can you calculate the distance, right? So we have to simply calculate this line. So we know the x, y, z coordinates, right? I hope you know how to calculate the distance from the origin from x, y, z coordinates. It is x1 minus x2 whole square. Let me write this properly. X2 minus x1 whole square plus y2 minus y1 whole square plus z2 minus z1 whole square, correct? So So this would be right in our case, like x1 y1 z1 all is origin. All are origin. Okay, so it would be basically x2. So x2 is what? X2 is 1, right? Y2 is 0, z2 is 1. So 1 square plus 0 square plus 1 square, it is simply hold on a second, give me a second. It will be simply under root 2. So under root 2 will be your uh, would be your y actually, right? That is the distance. So they have asked me y upon x. So it is under root 2 upon 1, that is under root 2. Right? Under root 2 will be answer. Okay. Anyways, intuitively, how you can say option B is anyways not correct. Why? Because x is the distance from the nearest sphere, right? Y is the distance next to the nearest sphere, right? So y will be always greater than x. So this ratio should always come out to be something greater than 1. So this is anyways wrong. Now, yeah, these are possible valid answers. Okay, for that you have to solve. So out of which I see this is the lowest value, right? So how can you verify whether this is the correct answer? Because if there was any other sphere that was more nearer than this blue sphere, then in the options there would have been present a value that is lower than root 2. Then your value of y reduces, right? Because there is supposed to be a sphere that is more closer than this blue sphere, correct? But there isn't, because the root 2 is the lowest value, which is greater than 1. So of course, like that also you can verify whether your answer was correct or not correct. Let's move on to the next question. Again, good geometry based question. In a triangle PQR, the lengths PT and TR, so PT and TR are in the ratio of 3 to 2. Okay, this is my triangle PQR. Okay, and so PT by TR is 3 by 2. Or what I can do, I can directly say what is PT by PR, right? How can I calculate it? Simply take the inverse or add 1 on both sides. Okay, I know you will struggle on this. So what you can do, inverse both sides. So TR upon PT will be equals to 2 upon 3. Then you add on both sides with 1. So if I add on both sides with 1, this will be TR upon PT would be equals to 2 upon 3 plus 1. This side also will be added plus 1. This would be TR plus PT. TR plus PT is nothing but TR plus PT. What is TR plus PT? It is simply PR, right? It will be PR by PT will be equals to 5 upon 3. So like that you can do, or you could have directly done it, but we use the lengthy way. So PT upon PR would be 3 upon 5. That's it. PT upon PR would be 3 upon 5. That's all. Now, yeah, what have they asked actually? So they're asking me that ST is a line that is parallel to QR. So yeah, that is fine. So these angles will be same, right? These angles will be same. So basically this, both these triangles, right, PST and PQR are similar. Triangle PST is similar to triangle PQR, correct? Yep. Now now what are they asking? which one of the following statements is true regarding this shaded area? Shaded area is 16 by 9 times the area of the semicircle. Okay, so to compare that, I need the compare. So this is a semicircle, right? PS, this is a semicircle because they have drawn two semicircles, basically drawn with diameters PS and PQ, right? So I need a comparison between the sides PS and PQ. I already know the comparison between PT and PR. So as the triangles are similar, so PS and PQ will also be related by the same ratio, that is PS upon PQ, PS upon PQ would be equals to 3 by 5. They will be related same because the angles are same, because these two sides are parallel, and of course this angle is common between the triangles, so they can have angle similarity, correct? Okay, great. Now now that is great. So what is the area of the shaded region? So what is the area of the semicircle this, and what is the area of this whole semicircle? If I subtract this small area, I will be able to get my area of the shaded region, correct? So area of the small semicircle would be pi r square, right? Sorry, not pi r square, what am I saying? Pi r square by 2, because area of a whole circle is pi r square, so it will be pi r square by 2, right? Pi r square is nothing. What is the radius here? Radius would be ps by 2. Diameter is ps, radius would be ps by 2, so it is ps whole square, ps by 2 whole square, right? So this would be pi ps square by 8, that is fine. This is the area of the smaller semicircle. Okay, what is the area of the larger semicircle? A2. Let me take another page. For the larger semicircle A2, would be pi by 2 pq by 2 whole square, that is pi pq square by 8. Now the interesting fact is, okay, let me first of all calculate the area of the shaded region. It will be A2 minus A1, larger area minus the smaller area. So A2 minus A1 would be equals to pi by 8. My tablet, the battery is gone actually. That is one thing. Pi by 8 pq square minus pi by 8 ps square. So this would be equals to, so what I can do, right? I know this ratio pt upon pr, I know this ratio ps upon pq, so I can simply take pq as common. What are those? Area of the semicircle 16 by 9 with diameter ps, right? So they are comparing with ps. Okay, they are comparing with ps, that's okay. So I can do, what I can do is I can take pi by 8 ps square common. Okay, if I take pi by 8 ps square common, this will be basically pq by ps whole square, that's all, minus 1. What is pq by ps? It is 5 by 3, right? pq by ps is 5 by 3 because ps by pq is 3 by 5. So this shall be, so this is what? Area of the smaller semicircle. So a1 into 5 by 3 whole square minus 1. So this shall be equals to E1 into 25 by 9, right? So it is simply 16 by 9. So it is correct actually. The first statement is definitely correct, that it is 16 by 9 times the area of the semicircle with diameter ps. That is the area of my shaded area, right? Shaded area is equal to the semicircle of diameter ps. No, it is not equal. It would have came 1, then it would have been equal if it would have came 1. It is 14 by 9. No, it is 14 by 25 of semicircle with diameter PQ, although I know this is my answer, let's verify this one, right? With diameter PQ. So for PQ, right, I need to take pi by 8 PQ square common for comparing with semicircle P2. Sorry, with diameter PQ. So if I take pi by 8 PQ square, this would be 1 minus PS by PQ. So yeah, this would be equals to PS by PQ is nothing but 3 by 5. So it is simply 9 by 25. So it will be 16 by 25. A1 into 16 by 25. Okay. So it is not A1, sorry, A2, the larger semicircle, 16 by 25. It is 16 by 25 and not 14 by 25. So that's why this option is also incorrect. So option A will be correct. So let's move on to the next shift. Let's start with the next shift, that is on 15th of February 2025. It was a forenoon session for these following branches. So here we have this first question where we have courage, bravery, right? So basically the synonym of uh, courage is bravery. Okay, this is the synonym of courage, that is bravery. Great. So it is a synonym, right? Courage means like something courageous. Okay, okay. So yarning. What is the synonym of yarning? Unfortunately, I also don't know. So I had to Google it. And after Googling, I got to know like all these are not correct. Yelling means shouting at someone. Yawning means just taking a, what do you call, yawn, right? Like you just feel sleepy. Glaring is something uh, lighting up. That is glare. So of course the synonym of yawning is lounging. I had to Google it. I did not know. So in the exam, I would have actually skipped this question. So option A will be correct. That is the synonym of yawning. Now you know, you can remember it, and if this gets repeated, you can answer it. Let's move on to the next question. We dash tennis in the lawn when it suddenly started to rain. We have been playing tennis in the lawn when it started to rain. We have been playing. Okay, we have been playing. Have been means basically something that is present. We had been playing tennis in the lawn when it suddenly started to rain, because seems like it is past, right? So this is a possible answer, because where the sentence is told to us in past tense, so I feel that option B can be a possible answer. Would have been playing. We would have been playing tennis in the lawn when it suddenly started to rain. So this is future, right? And future, of course, future and past, you cannot match them. We could be playing. We could be playing tennis in the lawn when it suddenly started to rain. Okay. This also does not make sense. Option B will be correct, right? We had been playing. We had been playing tennis in the lawn. Suddenly it started to rain, and of course that basically means we stopped playing, right? So option B will be my correct answer for this question. A 4x4 digital image has pixel intensity. So what is the intensity of each pixel? Like how much intense it is, right? Similarly, like light, if the brightness is full, you make the intensity of the brightness to be full of your screen. So how much dense it is, that is what they are asking me. That is what my what my pixel intensity u. Okay, it is shown in the figure. The number of pixels with u less than 4. So which pixels has u to be less than 4? Basically the pixel intensity to be less than 4. So this is 0, that is I have one pixel that is less than 4. Again I have another pixel that is less than 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, all these pixels are less than 4, or this also is less than or equals to 4. So again 4, 5. Okay, this would be 6, 7, right? That is 7, 6, 7, and then this is greater, right? 5 is greater than 4, 5 is greater than 4. These are equal, so it will be 8, 9. Again this is greater than 4, greater than 4. This is less than 4, so 10 and 11. So total I have 11 pixels whose pixel intensity is less than 4, so or less than or equals to 4. So option C would be correct, right? Option C would be correct. So in this question, in the given figure, the numbers associated with rectangle, so it is a rectangle, triangle and ellipse are 1, 2 and 3. Which one of the following is the most appropriate combination of P, Q and R? P, Q and R. So I see that rectangle is associated with 1, triangle is associated with 2, and your ellipse is associated with 3. I see that P is in the triangle, correct? P is in the triangle, R is in the square actually, and Q is in the ellipse. If I just think of any shape as a uh, isolated case, so Q is inside ellipse, R is inside only triangle, and P is inside the triangle as well. Actually, yeah, mm, yeah, P is actually inside both the ellipse and the triangle actually. So what are they asking? They're asking me what will be the values of P, Q and R. So this is just like simple, I don't know, some random kind of thing. So I'm guessing rectangle is associated with a uh, odd number, right? And this is inside a triangle, and triangle is associated with the even number. So I'm guessing that P has to be even. That is my guesswork, right? Now R is inside this rectangle, and rectangle is supposed to be odd. So I see R is odd. I see in other cases, right, these two cases, your R is even and P is odd. But P I have assumed it to be uh, even, right, because it is associated with the triangle, correct? That is just my assumption. Okay, so like I don't know how to solve this question. This is what I can think of, and I see that we have P here. P is even, R is odd. I feel that Q also should be odd, but because Q is associated with the ellipse, and ellipse is an odd number, so Q also has to be odd. So I feel this is the only correct combination. P equals to 6, Q equals to 5, R equals to 3. So option A will be the correct answer for this question, I feel. Okay, I would have done pure guesswork here. I would not have been able to properly solve this with proper reasoning. Next question: a rectangle has length L and width W, and L is greater than W. Great. If width is the increased by 10%, so the current width becomes 1.1 W. Which of the following statement is correct? The perimeter increases by 10%. Is it correct? What is the perimeter? Perimeter, right, is length plus width plus length plus width, right? Perimeter is addition of all the sides. So I have two lengths and two widths. So it will be 2 into length plus width. So width has increased by 10%, right? So it will be new perimeter will be 1.1 of width. I cannot comment here, right? Actually cannot. Okay, so this is my old perimeter, right? So this is my new perimeter. So this, right, what I can do, this will be 2 times L plus W plus 0.1 W, correct? So this will be 2 into L plus W plus 2 into 0.1 W, that's all, right? So this is my old perimeter, right? That is P plus 0.2 W. So I cannot actually directly compare from my old parameter because I have W. W is unknown variable, so I cannot directly compare. That means it increases by 10%. I don't know. Length of diagonal increases by 10%. Length of diagonal. This is interesting. So what is the length of diagonal, right? So previously, what is the length of diagonal? Simply use Pythagoras. D would be equals to under root L square plus W square, correct? And here, right, if the width has been increased, this would be 1.1 W now. So actually you cannot directly, like basically the answer would be this, right? Area will increase by, okay, no, sorry. Area also will not be, area will increase by 10%. This will be correct actually. Area will increase by 10%. Okay. Simply the answer is yeah. Why? Because your area, right, is simply L into W. Correct. This was your old area. New area will be L into W dash, that is 1.1 W. So it is 1.1 times L into W, and L into W is A from the previous case. So it is 1.1 times A. So it is 10% of, like, increase by 10% from the previous value. That's why it is 1.1 times A. Okay, yeah, that's all. So yep, so this will be 1.1 W and this will be L. Correct. So you can do it, right? You can do calculation. You cannot directly relate it, right? This will be L square plus 1.1 W square. You cannot directly relate this thing. So option D will be the only correct answer for this all possible values of L and W. Let's solve the next question. Column 1 and column 2 are there. Column 1 has statements made by Shantala and column 2 has responses by Kanix. So identify the correct match. The house is in a mess. Alright, I won't bring it up during our conversation. No. Well, you can look it up easily. No problem. Let me clear it up for you. Don't worry. I will take it and with your teacher. So it seems house is a mess. No problem. Let me clear it up for you, right? So you want to clear the mess. So it seems like a correct response. So seems like P will match to 3. And I see here I have one option P matching to 3. Let me verify the other uh, matches. I am not happy with the marks given to me. Q is 4. Don't worry, I will take it up with your teacher. So don't worry, I will talk with your teacher and tell your teacher to increase the marks or something, right? So yeah, this also seems a correct valid reply. So of course this will be the answer. Let us move on to the next one as well. R pointing to 1, right? So politics is a subject I avoid talking about. All right, I won't bring it up during our conversations. Again, seems like a valid reply. I don't know what this word means. Well, you can look it up easily, right, in dictionary. So this also seems a valid reply. So of course option B will be your correct answer. Let's move on to the next question. Weight of a person can be expressed as a function of their age. So weight of a person can be expressed as their function of age. The function usually varies from person to person. Suppose the function is identical for two brothers and it monotonically increases till the age of 50 years. And it monotonically increases till the age of 50 years, right? So basically, what do they mean? That I have two person, monotonically increasing means it will always increase, right? It will never decrease. It will be like a non-decreasing function, right? Monotonically increasing means the direction will be same. It will always increase. Okay. I don't know exactly the function, but it will always increase. Great. Till 50, and then it monotonically decreases. Okay. After this, after 50, it monotonically decreases. The weight decreases with age. Great. Let A1, A2 denote the ages of the brothers. A1, A2 in years denote the ages of the brothers. So brother B1 has the age A1, brother B2 has the age A2. Great. And A1 is less than A2. Okay, A1 is less than A2. Which one of the following statements is correct about their age on the day when they attain the same weight? Okay, if they attain the same weight, there can be two possible cases. This is 50, right? If they are attaining the same weight, right, their weights are same, so it will be a line that is parallel to the x-axis, that is the age axis. Correct. So what can happen is, let's say this is 50, right? Or let's say this is the maximum weight, W max. So after 50 the weight will only reduce. Correct. So what can happen, one of the age can be less than 50 and the other age can be greater than 50. That is a possible solution. Then only the weights will be equal. Or if both my age is equals to 50, then also both of the age will be equal. And there can be another case, obviously, if both of them has same age, right? Of course they will have same weight, but properly mentioned A1 is less than A2. So A1 is less than A2, right? So if a1 is less than a2, so a1 will be something less than a2. So only in this particular case, whenever it is touching the graph here and here, right? So if a1 is less than a2, a1 will lie here and a2 will lie here. In this possible scenario, right, the weights are same because we are crossing the graph at the same distance from the x-axis. So weight is same, age is different. a1 is less than 50, a2 is greater than 50. So option A is option A is definitely not correct. Both a1 and a2 are greater than 50. No, a2 would be greater than 50, a1 would be less than 50. So a1 will be less than 50, a2 would be greater than 50. So option B is correct answer for this question. Either a1 is equal to 50 or a2 is equal to 50. If one of them is 50, right, and the other one is a different value, so their weights will not be same. Correct? Both a1 and a2 less than 50. If both a1 and a2 both are less than 50, and of course I know they are not equal, so their weights also will be different because it is a monotonically increasing function. So the direction of change of this function will be same. You have to study monotonicity that I have taught in the RPYQ engineering mathematics. Correct? Yep. That's all. So option B will be correct. Let's move on to the next question. A regular dodecagon, that is a 12-sided polygon, is shown, right? This is my 12-sided polygon, correct? That is shown, okay? And all the triangles whose side is d centimeter, okay? Whose side is d centimeter, right? So this is d, everything is d, right? Now all the triangles, right, 1 2 3 4 and these many triangles, and numbered from 1 to 12. So this is the triangle 10 and all that, right? Now what are they asking me? They're asking me that each of them are used to form square of side r, right? So they are used to form a square of side r, correct? Each of the triangle numbered can only be used once. Okay, great. Now they're asking me the number of squares that can be formed and the number of triangles required in each formed square would be. So how can I calculate it? Right? How can I calculate it actually? So how many squares can be formed? That can be figured out by understanding what is the overall area that I have, because I can take one triangle at a time. So let me actually reduce this diagram to a simpler diagram, right? Let me actually connect these lines. Okay, this one, this one, this one. Yeah, that's all, right? So then these are actually all the triangles that are included, right? This triangle, all of these triangles are actually symmetrical. If you see, all of these triangles are symmetrical. All of them are symmetrical. All of them, right? I don't know why they have not connected, just to confuse you, I think. But all of them are symmetrical, right? Now, how many total triangles I have? So these two are actually two triangles. Here also two, and here also two, right? Total, you will see, you will have 12 triangles, and each of them will have the same angle, right? It is symmetrical. All of them will have the angle theta. Okay. So overall, I have 12 triangles. So it is 12 times theta. And what is the overall angle? It has to be 360. It is a complete circle, correct? So it has to be 360, right? So your theta, angle of each triangle, right, is 30 degree. So this angle is supposed to be 30 degree. Okay, this angle is supposed to be 30 degree. And I know, of course, this is the radius of my triangle. This also our radius, and this angle is 30, right? So what is the area covered by each triangle? So area is this much, right? What is the area covered by each triangle? Area covered by each triangle, right? I have to calculate the area covered by each triangle. So that would be equals to half into base. What is the base? Base is d, right? So okay, not this one actually. This base is d. Half into base into height. Okay, what is the height? Height also I don't know. Base also I don't know. So half into base d into the height. Height actually, let me check here. Do I know the height here? No, I don't know this height, right? This height I don't know. Okay, I know this distance, that is d. Can I calculate the height as well? How can I calculate the height, right? Okay, so we can use the sine rule of triangles. Do you know what is the sine rule of triangles? So the sine rule of triangle is, if I have, let's say, triangle, right, with angles a, b, c. Okay, very bad diagram. Let me use proper shapes. This is my triangle. This angle a, b, c. Then what can be said is, this is, so I can use, let us assume that this length is x, this length is x, this length is y, this length is z, right? So we can use the sine rule. Sine rule says that sine of a, right, upon the opposite side of this angle, that is x, would be equals to sine of b upon the opposite side. Sine of b upon the opposite side is y, right? Then it is equals to sine of c upon z. Okay, yeah, that's all. So now this is the sine rule, right? Similarly, we can calculate here as well, right? So if I want to calculate the area, it will be half into base into height. So what is the base here? Base is d, right? Base is d. Okay. Now the thing about this, if I bisect this triangle, right, I need to find out this altitude h length. So I know this will bisect it exactly half. So this will be d by 2. Okay. And of course, if it is angle bisector, this overall angle is supposed to be 30. This angle would be 15. Correct. So we can use the sine rule, right? So I will use the sine rule because I know this angle. Okay. Now one more thing, these two sides are similar and this angle is 30. So what will be this angle and this angle? That would be 75 because overall the sum of angles of triangle has to be 180. So this has to be 75. This has to be 75. Okay. So this is 75, right? So yeah, d by 2, that's all. Okay, so we can apply the sine rule, right? So sine of 75 upon the opposite side, that is h, will be equals to sine of 15 upon the opposite side, that is d by 2. Okay, so that would be equals to d by 2. So from this we can actually calculate my, okay, but do I need to, okay, one more thing, we need another relation actually. We need to find out t in terms of r, right? Because overall I need to form squares, so area of square is r square, right? So I have to actually write d in terms of r. So if I choose this bigger triangle, right, so sine of, so this angle is 75, correct? So I can again use the sine rule here as well, correct? So it will be sine of 75 upon the opposite side, right? Sine of 75 upon the opposite side is r, this side is r only, right? R equals to sine of this is 30, right? 30 upon d, sine 30 upon d. So basically, right, d is equals to sine 75 upon sine 30, that is half only. So okay, just give me 1 second. D will be equals to r by 2 into sine of 75, that's all. Okay, so I can replace my d in this equation, right? Yes, we can, because I want to write my h in terms of r, because I want to relate in terms of r. Okay, great. So here, right, if I replace my d in terms of r, this will be sine of 75 upon h will be equals to sine of 15 upon r by 4 and upon sine 75, that can go on the other side. So sine 75 will be here, that will be this, correct? So this would be basically yep. So now sine 75 will be cancelled, h will be equals to r by 4 upon sine of 15, that's all. That is what my r is, h in terms of r is. What is my area of the triangle? Half into d into h, right? So my area of the triangle would be half into d into h, so it will be half into d. D is equals to r by 2 sine 75 into h, r by 4 into sine 15. Okay, great. Now how can I solve it, right? So this will be area would be equals to sine 15 into sine 75. So yeah, 75 sine into 15 sine, okay, into 8, okay, it comes out to be by 2. So it comes out to be r square by 4. That is interesting, right? So it comes out to be r square by 4. That is the area formed by each triangle. Okay, so they're asking me how many squares I can form. So how many triangles I have? Actually these, right, these triangles, right, whichever I have marked, I have 12 of these to form this regular polygon. So I have 12. So overall area of 12 triangles would be 12 into r square by 4, because each triangle covers how much amount of area? R square by 4. So it will be 3r square, correct? Now what is the area of each square? R square. So how many squares can I receive? How many squares I can make? 3 squares. So I can make 3 squares. So I see A, C, D, all of them have 3 squares. But each square will contain how much? How many triangles? So I do understand that yes, these triangles are different, right? But it is symmetrical figure, so you will be able to match it, right? So 12 triangles cover 3r square, and for me to make a square, I need just r square. So each triangle covers r square, right? So to make a square, how many triangles I require? R square divided by r square by 4, that is area of a square upon the area of a single triangle, that would be 4. So each square can be formed with 4 triangles. Okay, 4. I'm not drawing the shape. Okay, so each square will be formed using 4 triangles, and of course overall I can make 3 squares, because overall the triangles, right, my triangles, I have 12, and 12 triangles overall cover area of 3r square, and each square takes up area of r square. So I will need, I can make maximum of 3 squares, and each square will be formed using 4 triangles. Okay, that's all. So option A is the correct answer for this question. This was a lengthy solution, but this was a good question, very good question. Okay, if you are able to find out, figure out a easier solution, of course you can put it down in the comments below. I will like it, I will put pin it. Okay, yeah, let's solve the next question. if a real variable x satisfies this particular equation, the value of this, right? So let me first solve for x. So 2x, like 3x square is equals to 27 into 9 raised to the power x. So let me convert everything in terms of base 3. So 27 is 3 cube, 9 is 3 square raised to the power of x. So basically, right, it becomes 3 raised to the power of 3 plus 2x, right? So of course base are same, so powers also should be same. So it has to be x square will be equals to 3 plus 2x. So I can solve for x, right? X square minus 2x minus 3 equals to 0. This will be x. Just give me 1 second. I think my laptop, my tablet will be soon turning off. But yeah, we will finish this off, right? We'll finish this off. So x minus 3 into x plus 1, right? So of course we will ignore. Okay, we can choose a negative solution as well, right? Okay, there are two solutions here. Which one will you choose? So if I put x equal to 3, right, it will satisfy. Okay, x equal to minus 1 as well, it will satisfy. Okay, let me choose the easier value, that is x equal to minus 1. If I choose minus 1, x equal to minus 1, this will be 2 raised to the power minus 1 whole square upon 2 raised to the power minus 1 whole square, right? So actually, okay, so I can also simplify this equation, right? It is nothing but 2 raised to the power x square upon 2 raised to the power 2x. So base is same, so it will be 2 raised to the power of x square minus 2x, and I know what is my x square minus 2x. I can solve from here, right? X square minus 2x will come out to be same, it does not matter. X square minus 2x is equals to 3, correct? It does not matter, you choose x equal to minus x equal to 3 or x equal to minus 1, it won't matter. So it will come out to be 3 only, so it will be 2 raised to the power of 3, which is present in option C. So option C would be your correct answer for this question. Pretty like simple question only, but a good technical question. Option C is correct. Let's now finally solve the last question, right? The number of patients per shift X consulting Dr. Geeta is shown, right, per shift. Let's say okay, per shifts, this I guess is the shift 5, shift 6, shift 7 and shift 8. Dr. Geeta in her past 100 shifts shown in the figure. Okay, okay, this is the number of shifts and this is number, okay, this is the number of patients per shift. Okay, sorry, this is the number of shifts and number of patients per shift. Okay, is shown in figure. If the amount she earns is 1000 into x minus 0.2, okay, what is the average amount she has earned per shift in the past 100 shifts, right? In the past 100 shifts, okay, in the past 100 shifts. So overall this is like 100 shifts, right? So 20 plus 40, 60, that is 30, 90, 10. So all these are my past 100 shifts, and in each shift, let's say in 20 shifts, correct, 5 patients came per shift. So overall how many patients came? 20. I had 20 shifts, right? And in each shift 5 patients came. So overall 100 patients came here. Overall here, in out of 40 shifts 6 patients came, right? 6 patients, correct? So 40 into 6, that is 240 patients, and she earns an what is average? If she earns an, if the amount she earns is 1000 into x minus 0.2, what is the average amount she earns? Okay, what is x here? Okay, x is the number of patients, right? X is the number of patients per shift. Okay, number of patients per shift. If she earns the amount this much, 1000 into x minus 0.2, okay, number of patients per shifts, right? Okay, that is interesting. What is the average amount she has earned? Okay, this is not that simple. We don't have to actually have to calculate the number of patients. So we know that when the number of patients per shift, that is x, right, then in these kind of shifts, in this 20 shifts, when the number of patients per shift is 5, the amount she will earn is this much, right? If she earns this, what is the amount she earns? She has earned, what is the average amount she has earned per shift? Okay, so for that, first of all, I need to compute the total amount that she has earned, right? Total amount, and divide it by the total number of shifts, that is hundreds, because these are all 100, right? Actually, they should have properly mentioned this amount, whatever is mentioned, it is the amount per shift actually. Why? Because X is also the number of patients per shift. That is why, correct? So I have to just calculate the overall amount that she has earned throughout the past 100 shifts and divide that by 100. That will be my average, correct? So what is the amount earned when I have 5 patients per shift? It will be 1000 into 5 minus 0.2. So it is 1000 into 4.8. So 1000 into 4.8, right? So it will be 48 into 100, that is 4800, correct? This is the amount that she has earned in a single shift. Okay, when there are 5 patients per shift. So how many of these I have? 20. So overall amount would be 20 into this. Okay. Now similarly, you can calculate for this one as well. What will be the amount here? It will be 1000 into 6 minus 0.2, that is 5.8, that is 5800, correct? And how many of these shifts I have? 40. So it will be 5800 into 40. That's all. Similarly here as well, it will be 1000 into 7 minus 0.2, that is 6800. How many of these shifts? 30. Again 1000 for the final one, 8 minus 0.2, that will be equals to 7800. How many of this? 10, right? So actually we need to calculate this value. That will be a tedious task for us, right? So okay, we can take the zeros common, right? So 1000, anyways 10 raised to power 3 I can take common, correct? That will be anyways common. So this will be 48 into 2, 48 into 2, this will be 58 into 4, plus this would be 68 into 3, plus this will be 78 into 1 basically, right? This is 78 into 10, right? This is 30. Now this will be whole divided by 100 because I had 100 shifts, correct? So let me solve for this, right? This will be 48 into 2 plus 58 into 4 plus 68 into 3 plus 78 into 1, okay, into 10. So basically this comes out to be 6100, right? I do agree they should have properly mentioned that this is the amount that she earns per shift, because X is in per shift, right? Automatically you have to understand this also is in per shift. Okay, so average should come out to be 6100 rupees. This will be your answer for the question. Not that difficult, not that easy to understand as well, right? So option A will be the correct answer for this question. Let's now move on to the next shift. Let's begin with the Saturday 15th February 2025 shift, right, which came for these branches. So let's start with this question again. Like here are two analogous groups, group 1, group 2, that list words in their decreasing order of intensity. Identify the missing word. Abuse is insult, insult is ridicule. Like the lower version of abuse would be insult, then the lower intensity version of insult would be ridicule, to ridicule someone. Now what will be dash? To praise and appreciate. So appreciate is lowest intensity, then praise is higher intensity. What will be here? So again, honestly speaking, I did not knew this. It is supposed to be extol. Okay, so yeah, if you know, great. I did not knew about this, so yeah, I just had to Google it. Now the second question, again it's English question. Had I learned acting as a child, I dash, I would have been. It seems like I could have been, I would have been, something like that, right? because had I, so he's predicting, right? He's doing some prediction. So I will be a famous actor. No, how can you say surely that you will be a famous actor? He's just predicting, right? I can be a famous actor. This is a possibility, but he's saying I can be. Can be basically means still he has a chance, right? Can be means I can do it. But here, had I learned acting as a child, so his childhood is gone, right? Childhood is gone, so there is no possibility. So it is like a future tense. I am going to be. I am going to be means there is some possibility in the future. I am going to be a famous film actor, but his childhood has been past, right? He is not a child right now, so it cannot be this. I could have been. That person could have been a famous actor had he learned acting as a child. There was a possibility, so this is the correct one, right? There was a possibility. Currently there is no possibility, right? This says that there is some possibility, but no, that possibility is gone. That was the thing of past, right? So D will be correct. I could have been in this case. Let's solve this question. The 12 musical notes are given. Okay, these are the notes that are given: C, C hash, D, D hash, and so on. Now E is not with E hash, right? F, F hash, G, G hash, A hash, and B. A and B are separate. The frequency of each note is this times the frequency of the previous note. So basically they are separated by a common ratio. If the frequency of note C is this much, right, then the ratio of frequencies of notes F hash and C hash. So we don't even need the information regarding this, right? So they are asking me the ratio of node F hash and C, right? So it is very simple. So with C I have to multiply this amount, I will get C hash. With D, with that I have to multiply this again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I multiply this, right, 5 times with C frequency, then I will get my F hash. So F hash will be equals to 2 raised to power 1 by 12, right, because it is under root that 1 by 12 raised to the power of 5, because I have to multiply 5 times this amount, because every time I move a step it will be multiplied, this value will be multiplied, this into your C, correct? Now they are just asking me the ratio. It's very simple, right? They are just simply asking me the ratio. Okay, just hold on a second. So with this, with the previous note, so once, two, three, four, five. Okay, sorry, 6 times, right? I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3. So from here to here, I have to multiply once, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Yeah, I have to multiply 6 times, not 5 times. Sorry, 6 times. So F hash by C equals to 2 raised to power 1 by 2. That's all. That is under root 2. That is present over here. So option B will be correct for this question. Pretty simple and straightforward. Let's solve the next question, right? The following figures show 3 curves. Okay, iteration 1, iteration 0, iteration 1, iteration 2. So there are more, like this is this segment is copied everywhere, right? Everywhere. Initially I had this, then I had this. Length of this segment is 1 by 3. Then again this has been halved. So the following figures show generated three curves generated using iterative algorithm. The total length of the curve after iteration n would be total length of the curve. Total length of the curve. So total length of the curve generated after iteration n. This is 1. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we can relate this actually. So initially what was the length of curve? Total 1, right? This is the length, right? 1. What is the length of curve here? It is 1 by 3, 1 by 3, and 1 by 3. Length of each segment is 1 by 3. Total I have 3 segments, so it will be 1 again, right? So if I put n equal to 0, right, it should be 1. So for all of them, yes, for if I put n equal to 0, everywhere I'm getting 1. So that is correct for iteration 0. For iteration 1, I should again get 1. If I put n equals to 1, this is not 1. If I put n equals to 1, this is again not 1, right? If I put n equals to 1 here, it is, hold on, sorry, it is not 1 by 3. What am I doing? This is not 1, right? Because this segment is 1 by 3. This I have this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 segments. I'm extremely sorry. I have total 5 segments, right? And each segment has length 1 by 3. So total length would be 5 by 3. Yeah, 5 into 1 by 3, that is 5 by 3. So for n equals to 1, actually it is supposed to be 5 by 3. I'm sorry, it is supposed to be 5 by 3. So if n equals to 1, yeah, this is a possible answer. I'm getting 5 by 3. Here if n is equals to 1, this is not 5 by 3, right? Incorrect. Here if n is equals to 1, here also I'm getting 5 by 3. If I put n equals to 1, I will get 5 by 3. Now out of this, which one will be correct? That we can verify with n equals to 2. So how many segments do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, just hold on. So this whole thing, right? Or let me just do it. This thing is 5 segments. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this thing is 5 segments, right? Again, this would be again 5 segments. So overall, I had 10 segments here. Again, this will be another 5 segments. So this will be 15 segments. Again, this would be another 5 segments. This would be 20 segments. Again, this would be another 5 segments. That is 25. So overall, I had 25 segments. Correct? And each segment has length of 1 by 9. So each segment has a length of 1 by 9. So 25 by 9 would be my overall length, right? Basically, it is nothing but square of 5 by 3. Correct? So yeah, for n equals to 2, it will be 5 by 3 whole square. That is correct. Let me confirm that this is incorrect. So if I put n equals to 2, right, this will be, yeah, this will be something else, right? Yeah, this will be something else. So option B will be absolutely correct answer for this question. Just check by the options, that's all. Which one of the following plots represent the function f of x? Minus mod of x upon x, right? Where x is a non-zero real number. Okay. Okay. We have to plot, right? So for x less than 0, do you remember what we used to do with mod x? For x less than 0, right? We used to replace x with minus of x. Okay. So my f of x would be equals to minus of x by x. So actually it is equals to 1 plus 1. Okay. So if my x is less than 1, sorry, less than 0, right, it will be 1. Okay, that is present over here. If my x is negative, this function will be 1. If my x is positive, I hope you remember how to break down your mod, correct? If my x is greater than 0, right, that means your mod x will be replaced with simple mod x. So this I have taught in my RPYQ videos, right, in the first video of calculus. So you can go over there and watch the video. So that would be equals to minus of x upon x, right, if my x is greater than 0, correct? So this will be minus 1. So when my x is positive in this region, my function will be negative minus 1. When my x is negative, my function will be positive plus 1. That's all. So option A would be correct. Okay, that's all. So yeah, let's solve the next question. Identify the option with the most proper and appropriate sequence, okay, for the coherent paragraph found. So we have to identify the sequence. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Over time, such adaptations lead to significant evolutionary changes with the potential to shape the development of new species. Okay, it does not seem like a starting point. In natural world, organisms constantly adapt to their environments in response to challenges and opportunity. This seems like a starting point. It seems like this process. So they're talking about the adaptation, right? So yeah, that means it is somewhere in the middle. This should be somewhere in the middle. As environments change, organisms that can adapt their behavior, structure, and psychology to such changes are more likely to survive. Okay. Uh, yeah, I don't feel this is a starting point. Okay. So I feel Q is the starting point. Yes. After Q, I feel S will be there. Okay. How? So this is the one, right? Then this is the two. So let's read this sentence properly. Then we'll understand is it proper sequence or not. in the natural world, organisms constantly adapt to their environments. So they are talking about organisms, and they are talking about in natural world, organisms will constantly adapt to their environments in response to challenges and opportunities. Okay, as environments change, organisms that can adapt their behavior, structure, and psychology to such changes are more likely to survive. So initially they talked that organisms adapt to their changes and why adaptation is important, then they discuss. Then after that, if I go through R, right, according to the option B, I see this process of adaptation is driven by principle of natural selection, which where favorable traits increase an organism's chances of survival and reproduction. So of course they are explaining why adaptation is important. So yeah, this seems correct. This will be 3. Over time, such adaptations lead to significant evolutionary changes with the potential to shape the new development of new species. So yeah, it is absolutely correct. The sequence I feel is absolutely okay. So for me, option B will be the correct answer for this question. Okay, pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Next question: a stick of length 1 meter is broken at two locations, B1 and B2. Okay, stick of length 1 meter is broken at two locations, B1 and B2. Correct, from the origin as shown in the figure. Note that B1 and B1 is less than B2 if you see here, and both are less than 1, of course, as you can see from the diagram. Which one of the following is not a necessary condition for forming a triangle using the 3 pieces? Okay, if I want to form a triangle from this, which of them is not a necessary condition? So do you remember what is the necessary condition for a triangle to be formed? So let's say if I have a triangle here, ABC. So there is a very basic property between the lengths, because they are discussing about the lengths of the triangle, right? I see they're discussing about the lengths. This B1, B2, all these are lengths. So what is the important property? The important property is that the sum of two sides of a triangle will always be greater than the third side. This will always be valid. You see, you choose any in, like let's choose a right angle triangle, right, 3, 4 and 5. So sum of two sides, right, will always be greater than the third side, greater than or equals to. Okay, otherwise it will not be a triangle. That is the basic property of a triangle. Now what is the length of side A? This length is simply B1, right, because B1 is the distance located from the origin, 0. What is the length of side 2? Now this is interesting. Side 2, right, this length is not B2, because B2 is the distance from the origin. So it will be B2 minus B2 minus B1. Okay, and what will be length of this? It will be simply 1 minus B2, right? It will be this much length, and 1 minus B2 will be the correct answer. Okay, so yeah, 1 minus B2. Okay, yeah, so here, right, what we have to do is we will have to think about it. So basically, uh, if I add any two sides, let's say if I add these two, right, it must be greater than the other side. So if I add B1 plus B2 minus B1, it must be greater than or equals to 1 minus B2. Okay, so okay, so 2B2 must be greater than or equals to 1. I don't exactly remember whether there is equality sign or not. I don't actually remember it, so you guys can let me know in the comments. I also don't remember. So okay, so B2 comes out to be greater than half. Okay, so this is the condition. Basically B2 has to be greater than 0.5. This is the condition, or equals to, I don't remember whether we have equality sign or not. Now B2 has to be greater than 0.5. That is a necessary condition, but here they're asking me what is not a necessary condition. So this is necessary, so it will not be my correct answer. Let me choose other sides as well. Let me choose these two sides. These two, addition of these two must be greater than the other side. So b2 minus b1 plus 1 minus b2 must be greater than or equals to b1. Now here, so yeah, here b2 b2 will be cancelled. Again b1 would be less than 0.5. This again has to satisfy, right? So this is also a necessary condition. So incorrect answer. This is my incorrect answer. Let me choose the final one. Final one would be this one, correct? That final one would be, what is the final one? Final one would be this, basically third side. So if I add these two sides, right? So b1 plus 1 minus b2 should be greater than or equals to the third side, b2 minus b1. b2 minus b1. So okay, so if this goes on the other side, this goes on the other side, that is interesting. Or let me keep b1 as it is. So 2b2 must be less than or equals to 2b1 plus 1. So b2 must be less than or equals to b1 plus 0.5. So this is a necessary condition. b2 has to be less than b1 plus 0.5. So this is again a necessary condition. So obviously final option will be correct. I will just quickly verify the thing, right? I will just quickly verify regarding the triangle inequality. Triangle length inequality. What was it? Okay, there is no equal to sign. Okay, I was wrong here. Sorry, there is no equal to sign. It has to be strictly greater. It has to be strictly greater, right? So there is no equal to. I was extremely sorry. I also tend to forget these things, but I remember the basic thing, right? Like there was a triangle inequality. That's all. Okay. So equality sign is not there. So yeah, absolutely all the statements are correct. I was wrong here. Equality sign will not be there. Now let's solve this question. So actually this we solved during GATE 2025 exam as well. We solved it, but there none of the options were actually matching. So ultimately they gave this question as empty. There was empty on this question. But let us try to solve it. Each student's PQRST are playing musical chairs. The figure indicates their order of position at the start of the game. So this figure represents their starting position. They play the game by moving forward in the circle in the clockwise direction. So moving forward means they will move in the clockwise direction. Okay, circle in the clockwise direction. After first round, fourth student behind P leaves the game. So forward means clockwise. So fourth student behind P. So first student, second student, fourth students. So V will leave the game after first round. So V is gone. After third round, third student behind V leaves. Sorry, after second round, fifth student behind Q leaves. Second round, fifth student behind Q. So this is the first student, second student, third student, fourth student, fifth student. So fifth student leaves. So U also has left. After third round, third student behind V leaves the game. So here is the problem, right? The problem lies here. So V actually already has left the game, right? Now again they are saying third student behind V. Basically they're representing, they're telling that whatever was the position of V, from that the third student behind V. So this question is, that's why this question is very like confusing. V already has left the game, right? How can there be like, how can V again be involved in this calculation? So that's why this was empty. But according to the question, if I solve, like we'll get to some answer that will be incorrect. So they're saying third student behind V. So 1, 2, 3, that is T. T also has left the game. And in fourth round, fourth student behind U leaves the game, right? U again also has left, but still we will take U. So U, fourth student behind U, V is not there, right? So first, second, and T is also not there. Third, fourth. So P also has left, correct? So who all are left in the game? So I see W, I see R, ICQ, ICS, and you will see that WRQS, WRQ is there, V is again there, right? So how is V possible? V already has left the game, right? V already has left the game, so V is anyways not possible. Okay, sorry, not V. Yeah, V is left the game, right? V has left the game. Uh, Not possible, not possible, not possible. So PTQS, again P also has left the game in the final solution, right? T also has left the game. So all of them are incorrect, kind of. So that's why they gave him MTA, because the question is not proper. Okay, but they could have made a good question out of this. So that's how you decode this question. The purpose of solving this question was to explain you how can you decode this kind of questions. Of course, like I will not arrive to the right solution because the question itself is incorrect, but that's the basic step that you will follow. Let's solve this one. It's like a data efficiency question. The table lists the top 5 nations according to the number of gold medals. Okay, so yeah, how many gold medals we have? One in a tournament. Also included are the number of silver and the bronze medals won by them. Based only on the data provided, which one of the following statements is incorrect? France will occupy third place if the the list were made on the basis of total number of medals won. Third place. Okay, let us discuss about this. So it is, which is incorrect. I feel like France occupy if total, if list were made on total number of medals won, right? So let me calculate the totals here. Let me calculate the totals. This will be 40 plus 44, that is 84. 84, 84 plus 40, and that is 125. Here I have 39 plus 27 plus 24, right? So 40 plus 26, it is 66, right? 66, 66 plus 4, sorry, 70, 70 plus 20, that is 90. 20, 20, 12 plus 30, so it is 45. Okay, yeah, then 26 and 36 plus 16, so it will be 36 plus 16. Oh, it is not third anyways, right? This statement is incorrect based on the total number of list. Which of the following statements is incorrect? France will occupy third place if the list were made based on the, which one of the following statements is incorrect? Okay, uh, this is 45 is 16, 16, 16, 48 and 149, 49 and 3, 52. Okay, how many have France? So it is 26 plus 22, that is 68, sorry, 48. Okay, yeah, 48 plus 16, it will be 64. Yeah, it is correct actually. So France has, like France, although the number of gold medals is the lowest, but France, according to the total number of medals, right, it is in the third position. So this statement is correct. So they have asked me incorrect statement. So I will choose the incorrect one. So this is not my correct answer. The order of the top two nations will not change even if the list is made on the basis of total number of medals won. Okay, yeah, order of the top two nations, it will not change. Yeah, because both of them same, like USA has the highest total number of medals than Canada. US and Canada together have less than 50% of the medals awarded to the nations in the above table. 50%, is that correct? 50% of the medals in the total. So how, what is my total number of medals? 125 plus 90, it would be 215, plus 45, it would be 260, plus 52, it would be 312, plus 64, it will be 376, right? So total number of medals won is 376. So out of this 50%, right? 50% is half less than. They're telling me that Canada and USA have less than 50% out of the total number of medals won. That is incorrect. Actually, it is more than 50%. 50% roughly will be something less than 200, right? 50% of this something will be roughly less than 200. But here the number of medals of both USA and Canada are more than 200. So it is more than 50%. So this statement is incorrect actually. So this will be my answer, because here they're telling that it is less. Canada has won twice as many medals as Japan. So Japan has 45, Canada has twice. So that is correct. So option C will be answer. Let's now solve the last question. An organization allows its employees to work independently on consultancy projects, but charges an overhead on consulting fee. So organization can tell its employees to work, they can work independently on consulting projects, but they will charge an overhead fee. The overhead fee is 20% of the consulting fee. If the fee is up to 5 lakhs, so if the fee is up to 5 lakhs, then the company organization will charge a 20% fee of that, right? 20% fee. So 20% of 5 lakh would be 1 lakh. Correct? If the fee is up to 5 lakh, then they will charge 20% of the whatever is the fee, right? 20% of the fee, whatever is the fee, up to 5 lakh. Okay. So okay, let me write here x. Let me write this x into 0.2 when my x is less than or equals to 5 lakh. Great. For higher fees, the overhead is 1 lakh plus 10% of the amount by which the fee exceeds by 5 lakh, right? So basically, if the fee is higher, right? So I will of course charge 1 lakh, but I will not charge 20% for the remaining part. So let's say the fee will be something like this. It will be x minus 5, where x is in lakhs, okay, into 0.1 plus 1 lakh. That is the overall consulting fee, right? Because whatever is the amount, let's say 6 lakhs is my consulting fee, then I will not charge 20% of 6 lakhs. That will be too much, right? So what they do is they charge you till the 5 lakhs, they will charge you 20% only, that is 1 lakh. And beyond 5 lakh, what is the extra? 1 lakh. For that 1 lakh, they will charge 10%. So it will be 10,000. Not 10,000, sorry. For 1 lakh, okay, if they charge 10%, yeah, it will be 10,000. That is correct. Yeah, it will be 10,000. Okay, great. The government charges a goods and services tax of 18% on the total amount, the consulting fee plus the overhead. So government, right, whatever is my fee, okay, they will charge 18% GST on it. Whatever is my total transaction amount, including the overhead fee plus the consulting fee. So this is the overhead fee, right? If my x is greater than uh, 5 lakh, plus I have to obviously add the consulting fee, that is x, right? This is my total transaction value. This portion is my overhead fee, and this part is my consulting fee. Okay, so yep, out of this, government will charge 18% GST. So on this, government will charge, so let's assume this is the total transaction amount T. Government, the GST charged by government would be 0.18 of T. Now what they're telling me, an employee of the organization charges this entire amount, that is consulting fee, overhead, tax to the client. So client will pay everything. Actually, the employee does not pay anything. Client pays for everything. Okay. So if the client cannot pay more than 10 lakh rupees, what is the maximum consulting fee? Okay, great. So what is the total amount? Total amount that the client will pay, right? It will be, let's assume that T is the total charges. Okay. And out of T also I have to add the GST, that is 0.18 t. So overall client has to pay 1.18 of t, right? That is the total amount of charges including the overhead and the consulting fee. So that would be equals to, so what is t? T is this value, right? And I know 1 point, so that maximum amount that client can pay is 10 lakhs. So I'll put here 10. I'll put here 10 in lakhs. Everything is in lakhs, okay? Maximum amount the client can pay is 10 lakhs. This is 10 is equals to 1.18 into t. T is this value, right? So of course, assuming x will be greater than 5 because it has to be, right? Because total cost is 10 lakhs. So of course, I'm assuming everywhere in the all of the options I see that the consulting fee is greater than 5 lakhs. So of course, we will use this formula. So it will be x minus 5 into 0.1 plus 1 plus x. Okay, so let me solve this. If I solve this particular thing, this would be okay, 1.18 will go there, 10 upon 1.18, that is 8.47. 8.47 equals to 1.1x 1.1x minus, this is 0.5 plus 1, right? So this will be plus 0.5. Okay, great. So this minus 0.5 upon 1.1. So your x comes out to be 7.2496. So because your x was in lakhs, so this will be 7.2496.00, and there are a few more points as well. 1 4 1 2 3 4 5 5 should be there. Yeah, this is the amount of rupees, 724,961 exactly. It is matching with the option B. So option B will be a correct answer. It was a simple calculation based question. So let's now move on to the solution of the next shift. Let's start with the 16th Feb 2025, the Sunday shift, the forenoon session for these branches. Uh, let's solve this. Is there any good show dash television tonight? Is there any good show in television tonight? At television. Do we ever say in television? Do we ever say at? At is generally associated with location. Right? In television, no, we don't say in television. Correct? Within television, no. We say, is there any good show on television? Is the television on? Please turn on the television. So of course we say always say on with television. So option D will be the correct answer for this question. Let's solve the next one again, another English one. As the police officer was found guilty of embezzlement, he was dash dismissed from the service in accordance with the service rules. I think he was found guilty of some good bad thing, right? So he was dismissed from his service rules. He was sumptuously, brazenly, unintentionally summary. So first of all, unintentionally, of course, he will not be uh, he will not be made to dismiss, right? Because he must have done something wrong, then only he was dismissed, right? Now it was something intentional because he had done something bad, right? So it was a formality to dismiss him because he was found guilty to do something wrong, right? So formality, customary formality, is actually the meaning of this word summarily. Okay, again I had to Google it. I personally did not knew the meaning of this. I had to Google it. So after googling, I got to know that yeah, formality, right? It was a formality to dismiss the police officer. Formality, the meaning of like the word whose meaning is formality, right, is summarily. I did not know about this. So in this case, option D will be correct answer. Okay, of this question. Oh, I personally would not have been able to answer it in the exam hall. Now, sum of this series, right? It is nothing but the, if you remember, it is the exponential series. Like if you remember, e raised to power x is written as 1 plus x by 2 factorial. Sorry, uh, x plus hold on a second, 1 plus x by 1 factorial plus x square by 2 factorial and so on, right? X cube by 3 factorial and so on. So if my x is 1, right, then this series, whatever series I have written over here, okay, no, if x is 1, right, it will be actually 1 plus x 1 by 1 factorial plus 1 by 2 factorial and so on, right? So basically this summation will be equals to e minus 1, correct? This 1 divided by 1 factorial plus 1 divided by 2 factorial and so on. So basically this will be e minus 1. E minus 1 will be the summation. Actually it will not be e. E is like e raised to power x, right? Actually the proper solution is x raised to power 0 1 0 factorial. X raised to power 0 is 1, 0 factorial is also 1. That's why 1 is here, right? Then we start with x raised to power 1 by 1 factorial, x square by 2 factorial and so on. So they are asking me this part, right? So here I have two ones. I don't need this. So I can subtract 1 on both sides. So my final answer would be e minus 1. So present in option C. Let's solve the next question. A thin wire is used to construct all edges of a cube of side 1 meter. Okay, wire is used to make side cube of side 1 meter. Great. If the wire is 12 meter longs, okay, the length of the wire is 12 meter. What is the minimum number of cuts required to construct the wire frame? So basically we cut the wire, right, by bending it and soldering the wire. So what is the minimum number of cuts? Okay, so there are few possible cases, right? So what we can do is we can, this is a 12-meter long wire. So either I can bend the wire, okay, right, or I can cut the wire. So I can simply cut the wire and then place. Correct. They are asking me what is the minimum number of cuts required. So I can make a square frame, right, without cutting. So I have to cut only once. So let's say 12 meter and I want to make a cube of 1 meter as side length, correct? So if I cut this, right, by 4 meters, with the 4 meters, let's say I have a wire of 4 meter length, right? I have cut the wire in 4 meters. So I can bend this wire. I don't need to cut this again. I can bend this to make and solder. I hope you know what is solder. Solder basically means to add like what do you call it, to provide heat, and simply it will be glued. Those 2 points will be glued. That is what soldering means. Look it up, Google it. So here I am soldering it, right? So I just need to simply bend it. So what I can do, I can make square frames, correct? For making square frames, I only need one cut. So one frame is here, other frame is here, correct? One frame is here, right? Other frame is at the top, and that's all. Oh no, these two frames are also there, right? One frame here and one frame here. Or no, I just need to make, okay. No. I don't need, this frame is already made, right? I don't need to make it. So I don't need to cover the cube. The frame is already made. Frame is only with the wires. So I believe I have made everything, right? So with just 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, because this is already made, right? I have already soldered it. So this part, the front and the back is already made. So I only need to cut it 4 times, right? If I'm not wrong, yeah, I only need to cut it 4 times. But if I cut it 4 times, will I be able to make it? Okay, hold on a second. Give me 1 second. Huh? Okay, because okay, one more thing is here. If I make 4 frames, right, I don't have that much amount of wire, because each frame will take 4 meters of length and I can only make 3 squares. I cannot make 4 squares because I need 16 meters, right? So that part is not possible. So what I can do is I can make 2 frames. Let me make 2 frames, right? 2 square frames. For making 2 square frames, how many cuts I need? 2. Great. Now what I can do, I can connect this part, this part, this part and this part. That's all. So I need to connect a wire of 1 meter length here and here, another wire of 1 meter length here and here, similarly here and here. So total I need to cut 4 wires. So initially I will cut wires twice, each of 4 meter lengths. right? That will give me 8 meters, and I will make 2 square frames. Then I will cut 4 wires, each of 1 meter of length, so that I can connect these 2 points, these 2 points, these 2 points, and these 2 points. Then I will have overall 12 meters, and I am able to make a cube. Now here I see that 6, right? 6 is a possible answer, but I see lower values are also present. So let me double check it whether I am absolutely sure regarding it or not. So one thing I can do is, right, without cutting it once at a time, right, what I can do, I can cut this 12 meter, right, 12 meter into 2 parts, 6 meters and 6 meters. Why, I will explain just in a second. So let's say I have a 6 meter wire, okay, 6 meter wires. Yep. Or I will decide what length I will cut. Just hold on a second. So because I want to make something, I want to make this frame. Okay, directly I want to make this frame, right? So this is 3 and this is 4. Right. So overall, I will cut one part to 7 meters, other part to 6 meters. So I will have, let's assume this to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 parts. Right, 7 parts. Okay. So yeah, now I will do bit of interesting stuff over here. So I will assume this to be my common side. Okay, so I will fold it. I will fold this one, then I will fold this, then this. So what will happen is I will fold, let's say this is the side 4, right, number 4 side. So I will fold it like this. Okay, and I will also fold this as well, right? I will fold this and solder. So there are 3 sides beside of it, 1 2 3, right? I'll fold them and I will make it like this, right? So what I will do, this part is there, right, and I will fold this part. So I have folded, I will first fold this one, then I will again fold this one, right? So what will happen here, I can show you. Let me copy it, correct? So if I fold the first part, it will be something like this, 1 meter. Then again I will fold. So if I fold it again, this part will be here and this part will be here, right? This will be 1 meter, this will be 1 meter, and then again I will fold, right? Again I will fold. Okay, if I fold it again, so it will be converted like this one here, here, and here, 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter. So like similarly I will fold the left hand side as well, right? I will fold the left hand side as well, and I will make an angle. Okay, so I will make an angle of 90 degrees so that I'm able to make this part, I'm able to make this frame. Okay, this frame. So 7 meters is gone, right? So how much of wire I have left? I have left 5 meters of wire, correct? I am left with 5 meters of wire. Next, what I can do is, with this 5 meters, what can I do? That is what I'm thinking. So what is the best possible scenario that I can do? Uh, okay. Just thinking something. Just give me 1 second. So I have to make any closed shape, right? Then only this will be perfect. I have to make a closed shape. If I'm not able to make a closed shape, that will be not enough. So yeah, okay, yeah, I got it. What I can do is I can make a shape like this. Okay, that is 1 meter here, 1 meter here, 1 meter here, right? So let me cut this into, again, till now how many cuts I have done? 1 cut. I have only done 1 cut, right? That is, break it down into not 6 meter, 6 meter, sorry, 7 meter and 5 meter. That's all. Again, if I cut it once more, right? So 7 meter is gone. 7 meter is done with soldering, right? I am left with 5 meters. If I cut it once, right? Again, 5 meters. I will break it down into 2 parts, 3 meter and 2 meter. So how many times have I cut now? 2 times, twice. I have cut twice, 2 times. I have cut it twice, right? So currently what I will do with the 3 meter, right? I will make this frame. I hope this is pretty simple to understand. I will break it down in like three parts. I will just bend it and I will make this frame. So this part is done. This part is done, right? Now I need two things, two wires, one here, right? Simply I am left with 2 meter wire. So the 2 meter wire, right? What I will do? I will cut it 1 meter, 1 meter. So I'll just cut in the middle, right? 1 meter. So how many times have I cut? 3 times. Thrice, right? So I got two wires now. One wire here, one wire here. So one wire will be connected at the top, other will be connected at the bottom. Trust me, right? So how many times overall I have cut? Thrice. I have cut overall of thrice. 3 times I have cut. So answer, the minimum number, right, by which I have to cut is 3 actually. And trust me, if you search anywhere, Google, anywhere, right, no one will explain you this solution. They will just use a Euler's formula. Of course, we can use that formula, right? But you are a GATE aspirant. You will not study that Euler's formula. How will you solve with aptitude? That was the purpose of this question. So if you just go anywhere, right, anywhere in YouTube, in any internet, chat GPT also, they will use Euler's formula, but they will not explain you visually what is happening. So if you have enjoyed this solution, right, please hit the like button and hype the video, so that will help us out really. So trust me, right, this solution will not be present anywhere. You see any of the big coaching institute, wherever they provide solutions, right, they will directly say 3 is the answer. They will not explain you the solution. They will not explain you the solution. That is the beauty of PrepFusion. Let's move on to the next question. So the figures 1, 2, 3 are parts of a sequence. Which one of the following options comes next in the sequence? Okay, so this I see that I'm covering 90 degrees. Here I'm covering almost how much? So this whole is 180, right? So half of 180. So this is actually 135 degrees. And I see one more thing, that I have rotated this by 90 degrees. This part is rotated here. If I rotate this part by 90, right, I will be here, but also I'm covering this part additionally 45. So this whole thing is 135. Now again I see that again if I rotate this part by another 90, so this would have been the actual shape, but again the shaded region has been increased by 45 degrees, right? So overall it covers now 180 degrees. The shaded region now covers 180 degrees. So next time again I will rotate by 90 degrees. So this will be the next iteration, and of course I have to increase the shaded region by 45, right? So it will be something like this. Okay, so which is present here in option B. So simply option B will be answer. Pretty straightforward, not that difficult to understand. Now this is a passage type question. So why do they pull down and do away with crooked streets? Why do they pull down and do away with crooked streets? I wonder which are my delight and hurt no man living. Okay, it's like a poem. Okay, every day whether wealthier nations are pulling down one or another in their capitals and their great towns. So they're pulling down one another. They do not know why they do it, neither do I. I ought to be enough, surely, to drive the great broad ways which commerce needs and which are the life channels of a modern city, without destroying all history and all the humanity in between the islands of the past. The author of the passage takes delight in wondering. No, I don't know. The wealthier nations are pulling down the crooked streets in their capital. Yes, correct. The wealthier nations are pulling down one another in their capitals. Okay, that is correct. This statement is correct. In the past, crooked streets were only built in islands. Is it so? Why is crooked streets? Mm. Why do they pull down and do away with the crooked streets? I wonder which are my delight heard no living man. No, there is no mention of island, right? So incorrect. Great broad ways are needed to protect commerce and history. Mm. Pulling down capitals, they do not know why they do it, neither do I. To drive the great broad ways which commerce needs. No, this statement is incorrect, right? Great broad ways are needed to protect commerce and history. if I see, to drive the great broad ways which commerce needs, to drive the great broad ways, that is the ideas, to drive the ideas, commerce, basically commerce need the great ideas. Okay, it is not like we have to uh, have great broad ways to protect commerce. No, commerce needs great broad ideas. It's not like for protection of commerce we need great broad ideas. No, not for protection actually. So option B here, like whichever one is the most appropriate, I feel this option B is the most closest from which uh, it is matching with the paragraph provided. Let's move on to the next question. Right, Rohit goes to a restaurant for lunch at 1 p.m. Okay, great. We go for lunch at 1 p.m. Right. When he enters the restaurant, he notices that the hour and minute hands on the clock wall are exactly coinciding. Okay, hour and minute hand are exactly coinciding. That is a uh, coincident to be least. So then, after about an hour, when he leaves the restaurant, he notices the clock hand are exactly again coinciding. That is interesting. Okay, they are again coinciding. Uh, did Rohit spend? So how much time did Rohit spend at the restaurant? So after about an hour. So it is not exactly an hour, right? About an hour. So they're asking how much time will have Rohit spent. Okay. So initially when Rohit entered around 1 p.m., right? So 1 p.m. is 1 p.m., right? This is 12. 1 p.m. would be somewhere here, correct? So our hand also will be somewhere here. Just this is one. A minute hand also will be somewhere here, right? So they will approximately, Rohit, because minute and hour hand were coinciding, approximately it is not exactly 1 p.m. It will be 1:05 p.m. Correct? And in the next hour again they are again coinciding. So our hand will be where? Our hand will be near to the 2, right? In the next hour. So minute hand again is coinciding, so it will be again near to 2 only, just something more than 2. Okay, something more than 2, exactly not 2. 2 means 10, so it will be around 2:10 p.m. approximately, not exactly. Like it will be somewhat more than this, and this also will be somewhat more. So approximately this will be 1:05, this will be 2:10. So approximately what is the difference? How much? So this overall 1 hour is 60 minutes, right? So 1 hour means 2:10, 2:05. He stayed for 1 hour, 1 hour, but I have to add 5 more minutes. So overall I will have 65 minutes approximately. There will be some seconds as well, but approximately it will be 65 minutes. That is present in option C. Okay, that's how you solve it in the easier way. Of course there are formulas, I will not go into the formulas, I will solve it using basics, no formula. Let's solve the next question. So here the color model is shown in the figure. Yellow, red, all these things are shown. Which of the following displays the color codes that are consistent with the color model? Okay, so let's solve them one by one. So I see shine is here, right? Shine is here, this is the bigger one. With shine I have green, black and blue. Let me confirm. Green is here, black is also blue, black is also there, right? And shine is also here. So with shine, blue is also there. So this seems valid. With green, okay, green, black, blue. With black, everything must be common, right? With black, yeah, I see everything is common. With black, everything is there. Okay, black is common between everything. That is fine. Red is also common. Yellow is also common. So yellow should not include magenta. No, it is, sorry. It should. It also includes magenta, right? Does it? Uh, Yellow. Okay. Ha. Actually, yellow, right? This part is magenta. Yeah. Yellow, magenta has something in common. This part is common. Okay, so this here, right, everything seems correct. Let me check, choose the option B. Let me try to eliminate stuff. So I see I have again two cyan. Okay, two blues, right? Not, yeah, two blues. Okay, so blue is twice, cyan is twice, but I don't see any red. I don't see any red in the diagram. There is no red, but there is a red, right? So this is gone. Here I see two blues, I see a red, I see yellow, I see two cyans, but am I missing anything? I see two greens. Am I missing anything? I see black, green is there. Okay, let me tick mark stuff, right? So yellow is there, green is there, black is there, blue is there, magenta is there, cyan is there. So everything is there. Red is red. Yeah, red is also there. So everything is there. Let me just see what things are common. So with cyan I see green is common, that is correct. Blue is common, that is correct. And black is also common, that is correct. No problems. With magenta I see red is there, I see black is there. Yes, I should see blue. Blue is also there. That is correct. No problems. Okay. Uh, with yellow. With yellow, I see green is there. Yes, green is there. Green is here, right? Then black is there. With green, yeah, there is black. That is correct. And I see that red is also there, right? So with yellow, yeah, red is also there. Everything is there. Okay. With cyan, everything is already there. We discussed. Green is there. Black is there. Red is there. Blue is also there. Okay. Okay. So this also seems to be correct. Black is connected. Okay, yeah, one thing is missing, right? Black should be connected to everything, correct? But here black is directly not, there is no common region between black, this is the black part, and the green part, correct? There is no common, so there has to be something in common, right? So they are separated, right? So this is, that's why this is not correct. Here black is here, but black is not connected directly with this, right? So that's why this also will be incorrect. So only one option is present, that if you see black is present with here as well, black is present here as well. Now all these are all correct, others are incorrect. It is a single option correct, so option A will be my correct answer for this question. Let's solve the next one, right? This is the last question, not the last, second last. A circle with center this, okay, and radius this intersects. So if I draw the circle, right, center 0.5 comma 0, so that means 0.5 comma 0, center is this, right? If the center is this, okay, right? So this is the center, this circle, and intersects with another circle with center 1 comma 1. So 1 comma 1 is somewhere, so this is 0.5, this is 1 actually in the x coordinate. I have to add another one, right? So this will be 0.5 again, this part, and this will be 1 comma 1 actually. Okay, because this overall, this is 0.5, this will be again another 0.5, that is 1, and here also I will have 1, right? So again I will have another circle that will intersect. So actually what will happen, like it will feel like they have a like something like diagonal. Okay, it will feel like they have a diagonal. Just give me 1 second. Just something like this. Okay. uh Intersect with radius. Okay, okay, it has a radius of 1 at 2 points. Of course, if it has a radius of 1, right, of course it will intersect twice, because it will be larger, right? If it has a radius of 1, right, if it has a radius of 1, that means this distance must be also 1, right? So that means it will touch the x-axis as well, correct? And it will touch the circle at y-axis as well. And if its center is at 1 comma 1, right, this will be the center actually, exactly. Right, so this will be 1, this also will be 1, right? Because this distance is 1, right, and this distance is also 1. So it will actually, my drawing is not proper to scale. No, it is fine, my drawing is proper to scale. That is fine, yeah, that is fine, it is proper to scale. One of the points of the intersection would be, so one of the points of the intersection will be definitely here, right? Because this distance is 1, this distance is 1, right, and its radius, it will touch the x-axis at x equal to 1 and y equal to 0, right? Definitely this will be one of the points that will lie. My drawing is not to scale, but I hope you get the point, right? Actually this radius will be double, that's why drawing seems like it is not to scale, but yeah. So definitely 1 comma 0, it will intersect, right? And 1 comma 0 they have not shown, right? 1 comma 0 they have not shown. What will be the other point of intersection, right? Other point will be definitely this distance is zero 0.5. So the x coordinate, the intersection would be something less than 0.5, right? Less than 0.5, the x coordinate. So x coordinate I see only this point, this right has less than 0.5, right? It will not intersect at 1 comma 2 with other circle. It will intersect at 1 comma 0, one of the one, okay? And the other part, it will definitely not intersect at x equal to 0.5. It will be something lower than this, as we can see visually from the diagram, right? So everywhere I see 0.5, this is 0. No, it will not intersect at 0, right? It will not intersect at 0 comma 0 because this circle does not even pass through 0 comma 0 point, okay? So option B will be the correct answer here. What about the final question, right? Final question. An object is said to have n-fold rotational symmetry, sorry, n-fold rotational symmetry, okay? If the object rotated by an angle of 2 pi by n is identical to its original, okay, great. Which of the following exhibits four-fold symmetry with an axis perpendicular to the plane of the screen? So I am rotating about this axis, right, perpendicular to the plane of the screen, right? So perpendicular to me. So four-fold rotation means n will be equals to 4. Like this aptitude paper was not that simple. This actually was pretty difficult. N is equals to 4. So if n is equals to 4, that means I have to rotate by 2 pi by 4, that is pi by 2. So basically if I rotate by pi by 2, rotated by an angle pi by 2, I will get back my original shape. So if I rotate this by pi by 2, will I get my original shape? So here, right, if I rotate this by pi by 2, I can show you direct with picture, right? So you can visualize it, but I can directly show you with the picture as well. If I rotate this, sorry for the noise. Okay, this noise is kind of bad. Yes. So if I rotate this by 90, right? This will be here. So will I get back my previous point? No, I will not, right? This shape and this shape is not same. So if I rotate the next one, let me wait for the next one. If I yeah, let me keep it to the original shape. This is the original part, right? This is the original part. I will keep the original as it is. So if I keep the original as it is, this is the original shape. If I rotate this by 90, right? Rotating this by 90 in the, they have not mentioned like in what direction. So I'll assume if I rotate, like it does not matter, clockwise or anti-clockwise maybe. So I see, yes, I'm getting the exact same shape. So this is absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Here also, if I rotate this by, if you rotate this by 90, right, you will not get your same shape. Here also, if you rotate this by 90, you will not get your same shape. So only option B will be the correct answer for this particular question. So only this, if I rotate by 90, I will get back to my same shape. So let's move on to the next shift. Let's finally solve the final shift for the 2025 examination. This is the Sunday 16th February, the afternoon shift, right? These were the branches for which this paper came. And electricity utility company charges 7 rupee per kilowatt hour. So 7 rupee per kilowatt hour are the charges. 7 rupees per kilowatt hour. Okay. If a 40-watt desk light is left on for 10 hours, okay, it's a 40-watt desk light, it is kept on for 10 hours, correct? uh, each night for 180 days, okay, so each night I am turning it on for 180 days, right? 180 days. What would be the cost of the energy consumption if the desk is on for 2 more hours each night for 180 days. So instead of it being 10 hours, if I turn it on for 12 hours, then what will be the cost of energy consumption, right? What would be the percentage increase in the cost of energy consumption? So first they are asking me what is the cost of energy consumption if I turn it on for 2 more hours, that is 12 hours, and what is the percentage increase from the previous cost. So what is the previous cost? Let me first calculate how many kilowatt hours am I consuming, right? So this is very easy for electrical students, but for other non-electrical students seems a bit difficult. Kilowatt hour basically means, I hope you know what is kilo, right? Kilo means 1000. So 1000 watts per hour. Currently, how much watt hour I am consuming per day? It is 40 into 10, right? This is 40 watts into 10 hours, that is 400 watt hours. So in a single day, I am consuming 400 watt hours. In 180 days, how many watt hours I will consume? 400 into 180 watt hours, right? So in 180 days, I will consume this much amount of watt hours, but I don't want watt hours, I want kilowatt hours. So I will divide this by 1000. That will convert my watt hours into kilowatt hours. So this will be 4 into 18, right? 4 into 18, 40, 32, 72, and 3 zeros are there. So 72 kilowatt hour. 72 kilowatt hour. Okay, this is the old cost of energy consumption. Now, no, sorry, this is not the cost. This is the total energy consumption. What is the total cost? Old cost. Old cost will be equals to the old price into the total kilowatt hour consumed, right? Old price means cost per kilowatt hour. 7 into 72, that would be equals to 7, right? 490, yeah, 490 and another 14, so it will be 500 and 504 rupees. So this was the old cost. Okay, this is not the new cost. This was the old cost. So what are they asking? What would be the cost of energy? Okay, first, right? Okay, they have not asked me. So if I'm keeping it on for 10 hours, what would be the cost of energy consumption? So for the old case, right? Till this point, they have not discussed about the new case. So till this point, they're asking me what is the cost of energy consumption. That means they're asking me what is the old cost of energy consumption. I'm sorry, previously if I mentioned something else. So 504 will be correct. So option B is definitely correct. Let me verify with the increase. How much percentage will it increase? So basically, right, what is happening? Your time for the turn on is getting increased, right? Previously it was turned on for 10 hours, now it is turned on for 12 hours. So here, right, instead of multiplying this by 40 into 10, I will multiply this by 40 into 12 into the number of days are same into 180 divide by 1000. So what has changed, right? I will multiply by the same cost per kilowatt hour 7. What has changed? Only this number has changed, right? So overall, if I'm multiplying something, right, let's say previously I was multiplying by x with y. So the product was x into y. Now I am multiplying y into 1.2x. How much has the product increased? 20%, right? 20%. xy has been increased to 20 by 20%. That means this product also will increase by 20%. That means your overall cost also will increase by 20%. You don't need to calculate. You can calculate, totally fine. You can use this, right? Make the calculations. You will see that the overall increase comes out to be 20% only. Like you can see, only one of the options there 20% is present. All the other options 20% is not even present. So you don't even need to calculate this. Okay, they have simplified the options so much. Okay, that's how simple this question was. Let's solve the next question. In the context of the given figure, which one of the following options correctly represents the entries? Okay, in the block labeled. So correctly represents the entries in the block label. Context of the figure. Okay, N U 2114 is there. F, okay, 96 HL. Okay, okay, N is 21, U is 14. I'm not able to figure out much from this. F is 9. Okay, F is 9. 0 and 2. Use this, right? And MNO. Okay. 3 would be what? 3, they are saying it is 12. Okay, IJKL. IJKL. This seems like I am not able to figure out. Okay. U is 14, F is 9, O, L, H is 12. Hmm. This is the entries, right? So N is with U. I'm not able to figure out literally anything. N and U are there, 21 and 14 are there. Okay, 21 and 14. H and L, 12 and dash is there. Not able to figure out something. This is with 15. So this addition is how much? This addition is 35. This addition is 15. So let me write the letters. That would be best if I write the letters. Okay, so yeah, let me write this letter. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, M, N, O, P, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Great. So what is the position of M, right? Let me think about it. So N, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14. Okay, I see the position of N is 14, right? So here it is 21. So I see with 14 I'm adding 7, correct? Then I have 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So again I see that with 21 I'm subtracting 7, right, to get to 14. So this is the actual position, right? I'm adding or subtracting. Let us see for this particular pattern as well, right? What is the position of F? F is 6, right? F is 6. With F I am adding 3. Okay, so with this, right, I have to subtract 3, right? If for this I had to add 3, for this I have to subtract 3. So that would be position 3. And what is present in position 3? It is C. Okay, so this will not be 15 actually. Here I had to add 3, so I reached to 6. Here, sorry, hold on a second. This is position 21. I have to subtract. Okay, sorry. What shall I subtract from this position, right? I will get back 6. So after this will be 9, right? This should be 9, because if I subtract 3 from 9, I will get 6, correct? So I have to subtract something, right, from here. So what is the position 9? I is the position 9. I see here it is present. So this can be my answer. Let me verify it further. So here I have H, right, and it is 12. So H is at position 8, and with H 8 I will add 4, right? I will add 4. So for this I will subtract 4. Okay, so whatever sorry, not subtract 4, sorry, if I want to get back to this number, right, I have to subtract 4 from the position of L. What is the position of L? L is here, right, that is 12. So if I have to subtract 4, right, 12 minus 4 would be 8. So number 4 should be pointed to 8, that is present here. Absolutely, it is matching. Let me verify for other things as well. For 2, so okay, this, right, I have found out one. What about this, right? That is interesting. Okay, okay, so here, right, in the option for 2 they have given me J. So let me verify what is the difference between J and 15. So J is here, right? J is at position 10. So with J I have to add 5, right? So if what is the 3? 3 is 10, right? 3 is 10. So there will be some x value with which I will subtract 5 to get back 10, right? So x will be equals to 15, right? If I subtract 5 from 15, I will get 10. So x is 15, that is a position, what is 15? That is O. That is exactly, is it present over here? Yeah, that is exactly present over here, right? O is present. So my assumption, my hypothesis was correct. So definitely option C will be correct. This was a good question. Whenever there is some uh, alphabet pattern, you have to, like, sometimes if you are not able to figure out, I also was not able to figure out, I had to write down the this pattern and then solve it. So this will come with more practice. The more you will practice, you will be able to identify the pattern. Okay, so option C will be the correct answer for this question. Let's move on to the next one, right? So a bag contains violet, red, yellow, green balls. The sum of yellow balls is twice the number of violet balls. So the sum of yellow balls and twice the number of violet balls is 50. So sum of yellow balls and plus twice the number of violet balls is equals to 50. Okay. The sum of violet and green balls is 50. The sum of violet and green balls is 50. Great. The sum of yellow and red balls. Sum of yellow and red balls is also 50. That is also great. The sum of violet and twice of red balls. Violet and twice of red balls, that is also 50. Okay, everything is 50. Which of the following pie charts are proper basically? Okay. Mm, okay. So for yellow and red option, yellow and red relation is given, right? Hmm. So I can actually do one thing. I can, from this equation, right, I can subtract this one. Or I can say basically yellow plus 2v is equals to yellow plus red, right? Because 50 is equals to 50, correct? 50, this is also 50, this is also 50. So let me solve it properly. So from here I can get the relation that red will be equals to 2 times violet. So red will be twice of violet. So if I see in the pie chart, if red is 20%, right, violet should be 10%. That is correct here. Red here is smaller than violet. No, not possible. Red will be twice of violet. Red will be twice of violet. Red will be twice of violet. All of these are wrong, right? If I write twice of violet, right, it will be 60%, not present. Here if I write twice, it should be 40%, not present. Here if I write twice, it should be 80%, again not correct. Here if I write twice of violet, it is 20%, which is absolutely correct. So let me verify with other relations as well. So red is twice of violet, right? Okay, great. Mm, yeah, I can record these two as well, right? Yes. So violet plus green will be equals to violet plus 2 into red. So green will be twice of red. Green shall be twice of red. I see green is twice of red. Absolutely correct. Green is twice of red. Absolutely correct. Let me uh, okay, what else can I do? Let me verify few other things as well. If I multiply this with 2, right? Multiply this with 2. This will be, this will be 2 violet plus green equals to 100. Okay, that will not help be of any help to me, right? Uh, yes, that will not be of any help to me. Okay, that is not any help to me. Okay, I've recorded this one. I've recorded. So mostly things are done, right? I have related violet red. I've related red green. So total percentage, it is 10 plus 20, that is 30, plus 40, that is 70. So of course the remaining one will be yellow, that is 30%. That's all. That's all. That is the information that you record, right? You don't need any other information. Remember, they have written here in percentage, not in absolute numbers. So percentage, everything will be correct. So option A will be my correct answer for this question. So it is a comprehension type question. His life was divided between the books, his friends, and a long walks. So maybe they are describing regarding the life of a person. A solitary man. So it is a man, solitary. He worked at all hours. He worked at all hours without much method. Probably quoted his fatal illness in this way. So he was ill. Okay, due to working so much, he was ill. To his own name, there is not much to show. but was his liberty, and he was continually helping others, and fruits of his erudition are widely scattered. Basically, fruits mean rewards are widely scattered. Reward is not concentrated in a particular thing, like he had earned this much amount of money. It is not concentrated, it is widely scattered, and have gone to increase many comparative strangers' reputation. So he has helped to increase the reputation of many of his strangers, right? With help of job or whatever. And it is from this I think passage from a funeral. Okay, we are describing regarding a funeral. Based on this information on the above passage, which one of the following statements is true? The solitary man described in the passage is dead. This can be right because we are describing about a solitary man and the book name is funeral, right? It can be possible. Let me see if other options are matching as well, right? Then I can compare. Strangers helped create a grand reputation for the solitary man described in the passage. No, it is the opposite. Solitary man helped create the reputation of strangers, not the other way around. So incorrect. The solitary man described in the passage found joy in scattering fruits. No, no, no. Fruit is not like he's scattering apple, mango, banana. No, fruit means rewards of his work. So it is incorrect. The solitary man worked in court where he fell ill. No, a solitary man, he worked at all hours without much method and probably quoted his fatal illness. It is not like he worked in the court. No, no, no. This is just a word, right? It is not exactly quote. No, just a word that okay, he quoted his fatal illness due to working so much. But where did he work? We have no idea. So again, this statement is also incorrect. So the most likely option will be option A. Although we cannot directly conclude just by reading the passage, but from the uh, name of the passage, right, and from the illness he fell ill. So from all this we can assume, indicate that option A will be the most appropriate one. Let's solve the next question. Again a sitting arrangement kind of thing is given. Okay, not sitting, sorry, this is the clock is shown. O star and X star are shown. Great. Which of the following options is the most appropriate for P star? So O star is O, then Q, then S, then Z. Okay, Z is here, then P, then R, and then D. Okay, okay, that is interesting. And X star is of course X, then Z, then P, then W, then Y, then O, then Q. So basically what I am doing is, what will be P star? P star would be, first I will choose P, P will be there, then I will choose the next, not the next letter, I'll choose the next to next letter, right, that is R. Then I will choose U. Okay, sorry, not U, sorry, it's T. So there will be, after P there will be R, there will be T, right? Now what happens, let me just quickly once verify this, right? X, then Z, then P, then W. So after choosing two letters, right, then I choose the letter that was actually initially on the left or in the anti-clockwise direction of the original letter. So what is in the anti-clockwise direction of the original letter is, it is O. So I will choose O. Again I will follow the same method. Again I will go in the clockwise direction and I will skip one. So it will be Q and then it will be S. That's all. Q and S. So it will be P R T O Q S. Okay, P R T O Q S. I think we have to choose one more letter, right? I guess there were four letters. So it will be four letters. Okay, P R T OQS. So option B will be the correct answer for this question. Let's move on to the next one. Consider a 5-digit number PQRST has distinct digits PQRST. Okay, satisfies the following condition: P is greater than P is smaller than this than this. If integers 1 and 5, 1 through 5 are used to construct such a number, the value of P will be, okay. So P is less than Q, and but P is greater than T, okay, and T is greater than R. So your, hold on a second, Q P Q P T and then R. Okay, so P has to be less than Q, that is for certain. So like basically I have to choose integers 1 through 5, right? So I have these options 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? That is the only possible option, and of course these I have all the 5 letters and all of them must be distinct. Okay, so one more relation is given, that P is less than T and T is here. P is also less than S as well, right? P is less than S as well according to this relation, right? So P is both less than Q and P is less than both less than S. I don't know exactly the relation between Q and S, that is not given to me, but certainly all the numbers are distinct. So if I choose, so my Q and S has to be the highest numbers, right? You see, according to the arrangement, Q and S has to be the highest numbers. So either you can give Q to be 5 or S to be 4, or you can give Q to be 4, S to be 5. Either way will work because I don't know the exact relationship between S and Q. But certainly my P will be the third highest number. Certainly, right? So the lowest number is R. So R will be 1. Then the second lowest is T. Then the third lowest is P. So certainly P has to be 3. That is certain. So the correct answer will be P equals to 3 because all the digits here are distinct. They are not same. They are distinct. They are different. Certainly P equals to 3 will be my correct answer. You can arrange according to the arrangement. Lowest will be R, then T, then P. Let's move on to the next question. A business person buys potatoes of two different varieties, P and Q, and mixes them with certain ratio and sells them at 192 rupees per kg. The cost of variety 1 is 800 for 5 kg. So per kg what is the cost? Per kg for variety P, the cost is 200, right? 800 divided by 5. That is the cost per kg, and cost of variety Q is again actually 200, because if I divide, sorry, not, okay, hold on a second, it is not 200, what am I doing? 800 divided by 5 is not 200, it is 160 rupees per kg, and this is also 200 rupees per kg. Okay, now if the person gets 80% profit, what is the ratio of P by Q? So what is the his cost? Let us assume that he mixes, so he has to make 1 kg, right? He has to make 1 kg, and after 1 kg he sells them at 192 per kg. That is fine. So let's assume that he uses x amount of kg of P, right? X is a fraction of 1 kg. Okay, x is a fraction of 1 kg. So what will be the total cost for buying x kg of P? It will be 116 to x, because per kg cost is 116. Now because I have to fill a total of 1 kg, right? I have to make 1 kg. So the remaining part, that is 1 minus x kgs, let's assume, I will give you a number, x is let's say 0.2 kg. So what is the cost to buy 0.2 kgs of P? It will be 116 to x, that is 32 rupees. Okay, the remaining, right, remaining 1 kg will be 0.8, that is simply 1 minus x, that is what I have written over here. 1 minus x has been bought with Q, so that is into 200. So this is the total cost of his purchase per kg. But actually what he is doing, out of his total cost he is making a profit of 8%. He is making, the business person is making a profit of 8%. So this is his cost, right, per kg, cost per kg. What is his selling price? Selling price will be with the profit. Cost plus the profit will be equals to my selling price. So profit is 8%, right? 8% of profit on the cost price. So overall cost would be 1.08. Sorry, overall selling price would be 1.08, that is including the profit, into 160x plus 200. So this will be actually 360x. So not 300 actually, sorry, my mistake. This will be 200 minus 40x. Okay, this is the per kg selling price, and that is given to us already, 192. right? That is given to us. 192 rupees is the per kg selling price, correct? So this is the per kg selling price. Now if I solve it, right, I can easily solve it. I can solve for x, right? So I can find out the exact quantity, how much he is purchasing for p, right? So if I solve for x, this will be 192 divided by 1.08. This will be then 200 minus 177.7777. This divided by 40. So x comes out to be 0.55. So he is using 0.55 amount of p. So how much is he using q? This is the amount of p use, right, in kgs for per 1 kg. How much is he using q in per 1 kg? It is 0. Should be 0.455, right, something like that. So this plus 1, sorry, 0, not 455, sorry, 0.444, okay. So kg, in a single kg he is using this much amount of p and this much amount of q, right? Makes sense, because of course he will use the lower priced item more. That's how the price, overall price, has been reduced, right? I hope you get the point. So they are just asking what is the ratio of weight over p over q. It will be 0.555 upon 0.444. That would be 5 upon 4. So 5 upon 4 is present in option A. So option A would be your correct answer for the question. Let's now solve the next question. 3 villages PQR are located such a way that the distance PQ is 13 kilometers, great. QR is 14, RP is 15, great. A straight road joins Q and R. It is proposed to connect P to this road, constructing another road. What is the minimum possible length uh, of this connecting road? So they're asking me what is the minimum possible length, right? So minimum possible length to connect this road and point P would be this, right? This will be the minimum possible length. If we choose any other length, that will be higher. So this is the minimum possible length. Okay, now this becomes a right angle triangle. Great. This is 13. I don't know what is the angle here. That is a problem to us. I don't know what is angle here. Sorry, I know what is angle, 90. I don't know what is this theta angle. This will be 190 minus theta, right? This will be 90 minus theta, correct? This is also right angle triangle, correct? So this is 90 minus theta. This angle would be 90 minus theta. Okay. So this angle would be what? Again, this is 90, right? This is 90. Okay. This is 90 minus theta. I don't know what is this angle. Okay. What is the minimum possible length? What will be this? We can use, I'm thinking we can use some Pythagoras, but I'm thinking, are these two triangles similar in any way? Okay. They might be actually. Okay, let me take different names. Let me assume this is theta 1, this is 90 minus theta 1, correct? Let me assume this to be theta 2, this will be 90 minus theta 2, correct? Now what is this overall angle? Theta 3. Theta 3 is equals to this addition of these two angles, that is 180 minus theta 1 minus theta 2, correct? That is correct, but I don't feel there is any relation. I got theta 3 value, but that will not help me actually. That will not help me any way. I just want the relation between theta 1 and theta 2. Can I find out the relation between theta 1 and theta 2? So here actually I'm not able to figure anything out, but I can think of something. Okay, so what is the area of this triangle? If you remember during your college, sorry, not even college, school days, there is a formula for area of the triangle, right, which related the three sides and the perimeter. What was the relation? It was S if you knew the three sides, right? S into S minus A into S minus B into S minus C. This was the relation, right? You can verify the units as well, right? This unit is basically meter raised to power 4, or currently it is in kilometer raised to power 4, and I'm taking the under root, so it will be kilometer square, which is valid. This is the area. What about if I know the height? Let's assume this height is h, right? Altitude, and base is 14. So area of the same triangle would be half into height into base, that we already know. That is, let us assume that is a only, correct? So we can actually, because ultimately I know what is the value of a, right? I know what are these values. Perimeter I can find out, correct? I just need to find out h, so I can easily calculate h from here. So I was not able to go by trigonometry, so I had to use something else, correct? So here, what is the perimeter? S is the perimeter, right? Perimeter would be, sorry, S was actually a plus b plus c divided by 2. If you remember, it was not, S was not the perimeter, sorry, it was the perimeter upon 2, if you remember the formula. So unfortunately, in this particular case, you have to like you have to remember this formula. This is like a very old formula that we use. Currently we don't use it, but I think we can solve this using the sine angles as well, I believe. Okay, like I will first, I will try this, then I will try to solve this using the sine angle. I will try to solve this using the, without this formula. We'll try both of these cases. Perimeter by 2. So perimeter is 13 plus 14 plus 15 divided by 2. So which comes out to be, this is 34 plus 3 is 7 plus 5 is 42. 42 divided by 2 is 21. 21. Okay, so 21 minus a is a is 13 into 21 minus b into 21 minus c. Let's assume that to be, sorry, a I have assumed to be 14, right? A is assumed to be 14, then you can assume to be 13, then you can assume to be 15. That is fine, right? So if I solve this, this will come out to be 21 into 7 into 8 into 6. Okay, so this is 7 into 3, so 7 square into 3 square into 2 into 16, that is 4 square, right? So ultimately this will come out to be 7 into 3 into 4. Okay, 7 into 3 into 4, so this will be 21 into 4, that is 84 kilometers square. Now this I will equate with my actual formula, half into height into a is supposed to be this base, right? That is 14. Okay, so your this will be 7, h will be basically 84 divided by 7, that is 12 kilometer. So h equal to 12 will be your answer for this question, but I was trying to figure out, is there any other way without formula that I can solve, right? This is a very basic formula that we study in like very childhood, but I was thinking of anything, right? But I was not able to figure out. I was not able to figure out any other method to solve this. If you are able to, please put it down in the comments below for this last question. If you are able to figure out without any formula, without this, right? Although we learned this in childhood, I remember it. So, but if you are able to figure out this question without any formula, then you can let me know in the comments. I was not able to figure out. I spent around 30 minutes on this question, but I was not able to figure out any trick without the formulas. So, like only this question, I guess we have used this formula. Other in the all previous cases, right? I have tried to use as little as possible, as little formulas as possible. So we have finished this whole aptitude 2025 solutions with minimum number of formulas, and we have completed all the sets in around 5 hours, right? So I hope you have enjoyed this video. If you did, so you know what to do: like, share, subscribe, hype. So I will meet you in the next lecture with something that will you might find useful, and you can obviously comment below if you enjoyed this whole series RPYQ. I think we will be almost done. I think bit of control is left and we will be done with RPYQ series. So I will be seeing you in the next lecture. Until then, happy learning.